Do it. Welcome everyone back to Cinematic Realms. I feel like right off the bat, I should apologize for last week. We had already skipped the week before because of Father's Day, and then last week I found myself really sick. I was sneezing about every 2 or 3 minutes, and then I woke up with stuffy nose and. I have not yet discovered whether I came down with something or whether it was due to dirty bedroom. May may have been a bit of both. If it was a bug, I'm over it. If it was the room, I have since cleaned it thoroughly, so that's no longer an issue. But I hope you guys are doing well. And we are back with more Star Wars coverage this week. I think that's a popular opinion.
I think.
I try not to rank my Star Wars movies, and of course, out of the prequel movies, I'm the freak who says that Episode 1 is my favorite of the prequels. So, but I will say that I don't think George Lucas could have finished off the prequel trilogy in more stunning fashion. I still remember my experience of seeing this movie. Opening night, I saw it Thursday night, a midnight showing, back before they did these fashionable 7 p.m., 3 p.m., Thursday showings. What's up with that? If you want to see a movie early, you should have to stay up and go to a midnight show. But yeah, I hope you guys are all doing well. Oh, hey Matt, I have not. You and I have not spoken for a while. I think it's been a while since we talked on Twitter. Matt and I actually met at Con of Thrones 2019, and there's a funny story to go with that because our good friend Aaron was talking to him before me, and I didn't know her at the time. But we have since discovered this, and I was in back of her, just waiting to have a chance to talk to Matt because I had gone to his panel on the music of Game of Thrones, and Aaron, who also is a huge film score lover, was in her words talking his ear off, and and I had to wait a while until I think she had to go to the bathroom, and then I finally got to talk to Matt. So I just find that so hysterical that like I was standing there getting slightly annoyed at this person in front of me, and then we wind up being the best of friends and bonding, most especially over our love of music. So even though Matt, even though you technically did not introduce us, I'm pretending like you did. But yeah, no, I hope you're well, Matt, and yeah, I'm glad to hear. Yeah, that was a really eventful fan convention because, as a matter of fact, that night when I went and I talked to Matt about his panel, that was a very big night for me because that was the first time when I had come with my group of friends. I was hanging out with our good friend Laura and 2 of our friends, and but then I went down there to actually attempt to talk to other people who I didn't know, and people online now think of me as like someone who's quite sociable, but me that night, I was that really shy, lonely person who's just floating between crowds and trying my best to open my mouth to people. And I succeeded a couple of times. So I was very happy about that. And it was the beginning of many wonderful things to come. But yeah, okay. So how are you doing this week, Jared?
I'm doing well. You may know that I had started a new job recently, and
Yeah.
so I have been quite busy. And unfortunately, some of that work was spilling over onto the weekend. So I was a little bit in a panic this morning, and was wondering if I would have time to do this stream. But then I made the decision. You know what? I adore this movie. I love being able to have these conversations with you about it. I think it'll do me some good to actually, sit down and talk about something that I love for a couple hours. And I'm so glad to be here to do that because this is one of the most important movies to me in my entire life. It had an immeasurable influence on me.
I'm going to interject there because you're putting the kind version of what transpired today out there. The reality was you texted me to see if there was a possibility, because you had a lot on your plate today, if maybe we could push it another week. I did not read your text and proceeded to post about the stream, and you were gracious enough to be like, okay, I think I can psych myself up for this. And and so thank you, and of course I'll let you know that if you needed to, we could still push it back. But I think by that point you were ready to go.
Yeah, and the thing was, I would have regretted it if we'd pushed it because I've so been looking forward to talking about this movie, and I think if I had just been sitting at home writing notes, I would have been wishing I was talking about Revenge of the Sith instead. So now I get to do both, and we get to share in the love for what, as Chase points out, is for many people the best Star Wars movie. And unquestionably one of the most consequential and important. I personally, as you said, I don't love ranking movies, but I do have kind of a top tier of my favorites. And depending on whether I've seen Empire Strikes Back, The Rise of Skywalker, or Revenge of the Sith first, it oscillates between which one is my favorite after watching this movie. I'm leaning in that direction because it's what has never wavered for me is that I think on a pure story level, this is the best Star Wars story because it really feels more than any of the others in this grand space opera saga. It feels the closest to operating on the level of truly epic myth. And in both its scale and its emotions and its consequences. And I'm sure we'll talk about, for some there are a couple of tweaks in the execution that might bring it down in certain eyes. For me, I've just always seen it in the grandest possible terms, the greatest Star Wars story, and the one that ultimately was the reason that George Lucas needed to make the prequel trilogy, because this understanding how and why Anakin Skywalker fell and became Darth Vader, one of the most terrifying and iconic villains in history, people didn't understand it at the time. We had only glimpses and we had fragments. He needed us to understand this story because it was not a badass coming into power. It was and always will be a tragedy. And the way that he articulates that in this movie, having Anakin fall effectively because of love, and how that once selfless love becomes selfish and twisted and turns him into a monster. It's a story that frankly needed to be told. Star Wars could not have gone on mythologizing Darth Vader, in my eyes, without us understanding what a consequential moment in the entire history of the galaxy this is, and how much it hinges on the choice that one man makes out of fear. And I just find it to be so powerful and so epic, and I will have many reasons for that as we go into detail, but it is, as I said, probably to me, the best Star Wars on a pure story level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, it's hard for me. Like, I don't even know where, talk about story level. I don't know where I place it. But I feel like this had the most, like, talking about the story and the strength of the story. This had the most amount of like anticipation for story going into it.
Mhm.
And I feel like, yeah, okay, there's some things here and there that I rub up against. Like, I think on sort of not quite the same level as I did with Attack of the Clones, but um, but some things that I would have liked to see fine tuned. I wish George was a better actor's director. That's something that I've said for years, but it is what it is. But what this movie had from that very first showing for me was that even when I could nitpick over some things here and there, it had such an overwhelming power. It felt like there was a drive to this movie and an emotion that sort of just allowed me to breeze past any misgivings that I might have had about individual elements. And it just it had me caught up in the sort of mythic grandeur of its storytelling. And um and yeah, it's I was so happy because there were a couple things at play when I went to go see it, in 2005. One, The Lord of the Rings was past us, so I was no longer dividing you know, my attention and love was no longer divided. Although I will say that, and even though Lord of the Rings has never truly left me, I was still in that like super fan craze for it. For a good few years after Return of the King it was released in theaters. So to say that I was past Lord of the Rings would not be accurate, uh, but it's like I was allowed to put all my attention and like an emotion into anticipating this. And I had also learned some things from my Attack of the Clones experience, which was to stay away from online discussions. Don't look at anything except for the trailers that come out and maybe a couple TV spots, and just stay as like, you know, as pure going into it as possible. And I was so happy because when I sat down to watch this, it was just such an astonishing experience. And even though I don't want to only like just start off by like gushing about the visual effects, because that can create a false impression over like what I'm most impressed with this movie. But I have to say, like, it's kind of what I've said with the other two films, is that it's astonishing how like visually spectacular this movie still is, and how well these effects showed up. Like, ILM was at the top of their game with these films, and it's amazing like how much they still, in my opinion, like sweep the floor with so many films even from today, and in some cases most decidedly, just because like George Lucas was pushing them to do like their absolute best work. And it's astonishing. Like, that opening battle above Coruscant is just incredible. And I, at the time, same thing like what I said on the last stream with Attack of the Clones, at the time I was still rubbed the wrong way about the fact that uh they're doing all the clone troopers CGI, although in this movie we get real heads on top of CGI bodies. But now I'm in awe of the fact that George Lucas was pushing to do that kind of stuff. Um, and it doesn't bother me so much now because I'm so used to watching all the clones in CG animation. So I'm like, who cares? Um, but yeah, it's visually. I think no matter what you think of the films, like you have to just appreciate what a visual marvel these movies are, and how the work still stands the test of time.
Yeah, and it truly is a feat of imagination, not only on the story level, as I am most enamored with, but as you say, in terms of just visual splendor and how it feeds into that grand operatic nature of it. It's a perfect pairing of that kind of scale and visual, like dynamic nature that makes the the emotions of the story feel that much more heightened. Starting off with this giant space battle, seeing, not as George originally envisioned, like 7 battles on 7 worlds. Had to go back to the Clone Wars for that, but seeing several battles across the galaxy, and culminating, of course, in the climactic, long-awaited, long-whispered about lightsaber duel between Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi on a world made of pure fire. It's like hard to quantify, but I think, Dean points out in the chat here, Anakin's turn selling his soul to the devil in pure desperation was the type of tragedy I didn't expect to see in Star Wars. And we had understood elements of it beforehand from what Obi-Wan had told Luke in the original trilogy. And as far back as the novelization for Revenge of the Sith, or Return of the Jedi, back in 1983, we had known that the reason that Darth Vader was in the suit was that because he had a duel with Obi-Wan on a lava planet.
Which I love that, even me, who was not like, I was not a super big reader of Star Wars novels. I think at that point, the limit of what I had read book-wise was, I know I had read Shadows of the Empire. And I think I had read parts of the novelizations. And one of those parts was definitely that conversation between, Luke and Obi-Wan, and, that bit about the lava planet. And so I feel like, I feel like a lot of Star Wars fans, even if you hadn't read the novelization, kind of knew that from way back, because it's such a juicy piece of information, in the mythos. And so I love the fact that this thing that wasn't even in like any of the actual movies was just anticipated so much, and so everybody was like, oh yeah, they're gonna fight on a lava planet. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, and the idea that, as I said, that it plays into the mythology and underscores the emotions, because yes, they could have just had the fight be on, a lava planet, and it could have been a little bit more, grounded had they done these movies back before they could do these visual effects. But tying into the, as you said, the way this movie looks and the work that ILM was doing, the fact that they could film it on a world that was entirely made of lava and underscore the idea that Anakin has descended effectively into hell. And that, it's not all, Christian, theology in the way that this movie plays with archetypes. It also operates on the level of like Greek tragedy and, the Norse mythology with just the way this epic hero is brought down by his tragic flaw. But it certainly makes it feel much more like heightened and grand and powerful, that at that shot that you put up, seeing these two former friends dueling, each other would have been tragic and, powerful enough. And then to see the literal wall of fire rising behind them, it's one of the best shots in all of Star Wars for a reason, because of the emotion, but also because the emotion is so closely tied to the character's emotional states in that moment. And we'll continue to return to it, but just the way that this movie operates, as I said, on a level that makes every single decision that these characters make feel like it has galactic changing consequences, that's a truly remarkable feat. And since we mentioned the novelization, one thing that I am going to, be referring to ultimately several times throughout this discussion is the novelization of Revenge of the Sith by Matthew Stover, which is today, and probably always will be, my favorite Star Wars novel, because he understands the way that this story needed to be told in those heightened terms, and the language that he uses in it has blended into my understanding of the movie. And I think probably the best way I can set the stage for that is to just read the prologue that he writes before the story even begins, because it always sends chills down my spine, and it just sets the story, the stage for everything that comes. So I'm just going to do that now.
Go for it.
Quote, "This story happened a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It is already over. Nothing can be done to change it. It is a story of love and loss, brotherhood and betrayal, courage and sacrifice, and the death of dreams. It is a story of the blurred line between our best and our worst. It is the story of the end of an age. A strange thing about stories. Though this all happened a long time ago and so far away that words cannot describe the time or the distance, it is also happening right now, right here. It is happening as you read these words. This is how 25 millennia come to a close. Corruption and treachery have crushed 1,000 years of peace. This is not just the end of a republic. Night is falling on civilization itself. This is the twilight of the Jedi. The end starts now." Anytime I get ready to watch this movie, I think about those words and so many others that Matthew Stover, added to the story of George Lucas, because it just makes it feel like the most consequential thing that you're ever going to, story you're ever going to take in. And in particular, the idea of that the story happened thousands of years ago, but it's also happening here right now, both in our engaging with it and in, echoes of it in the real world that are pretty easy to see. I think that's another reason that this movie's legacy has endured, because for many people, understanding the tragedy of how the Republic becomes the Empire, how a democracy is undermined and ultimately falls and becomes an evil regime, as certain events in our real world have progressed, I think more and more people are going back to what George Lucas told throughout the entire prequel trilogy, but especially in this movie, and they're rethinking, God damn, he really understood it all, didn't he? And none more so than perhaps a line that was originally parodied by some, but I think many people have come down to recognize as one of the most haunting lines in the entire movie, from Padme Amidala, who was our avatar into that, side of the story. "So this is how liberty dies, with thunderous applause." That line grows more resonant every single year.
Yeah, it's always been one of my favorites. Not only lines, but moments of performance from Natalie Portman. I just, it's there's a number of moments in this movie where I'm like, okay, I can slightly gripe about some things, but man, they really nailed that right there, and that is one of those moments. And I will say really quick, we won't go too far into, because we'd be here, we'd tack on a couple extra hours if we talked too much about the Clone Wars animated series and its effect on this movie. But I will say that having watched the Clone Wars and then rewatching this going into it, especially as it relates to Anakin and Hayden Christensen's performance, having all that story just it made such an impactful difference. And yeah, and I had an impression of his performance and the character of Anakin when I saw this in 2005. I have a much different grasp of Anakin in this film now, and there are parts of Hayden's performance that land in a way that they didn't land, in 2005, just because there's so much context to it now, and the weight of Anakin and Obi-Wan's, love for each other and their friendship, and it's just, there's so much that I feel that show did for this. And I will say, one thing I did do before I turned the movie on was I watched the first 15 minutes of the Siege of Mandalore. The first episode, just up until the point where Ahsoka and Anakin and Obi-Wan part ways, and then I started the movie. So just to sort of give me that feeling, and it's great because I just, it's just beautiful the way that this tapestry that is Star Wars all fits together.
I mean, the Siege of Mandalore, you and I are both on record that we think it's one of the best Star Wars stories ever told, and the way that it intersects with this movie, Revenge of the Sith, makes them both better, And one of the things that is one of the great triumphs of the Clone Wars, as we've talked about throughout our prequel discussion, is how it, in retrospect, enhances the story of the movies even further. But the story of the movies, is where the the great myth of the Clone Wars comes from as well. And I find the fact that even though this movie preceded the Clone Wars in that sense, it fits together almost perfectly. And it was designed to do that, of course. But like, for instance, like, there's only maybe one, maybe two lines of dialogue where I think to myself, now having had the Clone Wars, that line of dialogue stands out a little bit more. I'm thinking specifically of General Grievous telling Obi-Wan Kenobi, "You fool, I've been trained in your Jedi arts by Count Dooku." And I'm like, I think he realized that the first 40 times you fought. But everything else fits perfectly. And also the story, even though Ahsoka Tano's name is never once mentioned in this movie because she hadn't been created yet, having now seen the Clone Wars, and particularly the Siege of Mandalore, and knowing the relationship that she shared with Anakin, you can feel her absence in this movie, and you can feel how her loss has shaped Anakin since we last saw him in Attack of the Clones, particularly in his resentment towards the Council, which I always think of now.
I will say, I won't say how I saw it, but there's a version out there of Revenge of the Sith that incorporates certain other elements, shall I say?
Yeah.
And I'll say that having seen both stories that way, I think part of the brilliance of that Clone Wars finale is that it basically is Revenge of the Sith, the missing story. It's meant to play with as much import and gravitas as this film, and plays as like the B side of the story, and to the point where, like, I almost even watched that version in preparation for this. But I was like, no, keep your focus on the movie you'll be discussing, because they fit like two pieces of a puzzle, perfectly together. And even to the point where, with this story early on, has some slower moments where it's all about the politics and building up towards that end. on the B side, you got Ahsoka and everything going on with Maul and the really, like fast paced, and action stuff. So I think the story works even more beautifully when it's all interwoven like that. Not that I, you know, um, not that I've seen such a thing. Um, but no, it's beautiful, and I will say that when the shit is hitting the fan in this movie, and then cut that against all the shit going down on uh, on the Republic cruiser with like Maul, uh, you know, bringing things down on there and, having his big hallway scene, it's like, it's an intense experience. So even though I'm not condoning such things, and I would never suggest that anybody check that thing out, uh, I'll leave the rest unsaid. But so and that's all I'll say. I think it's a perfect companion piece to this movie, and it's a testament to how well the different creators of Star Wars have interwoven everything together, and so it's impossible for me not to like have that in my mind as I go back and I watch this movie, and it just ups the tragedy, and oh my god, this is such a tragic story. um, but um, but yeah, it's Chase mentioned Natalie Portman, fantastic in this movie as Padme. I know there's some issues people have with how the character is used in the film, but you can't slight Natalie Portman at all for that. I think she gives an amazing performance in this movie, and there's some great even like wordless moments, that I think in addition to what you mentioned, the line in the Senate, but also that scene with her and Anakin, distances apart, when Anakin is in the Jedi Council chamber and Padme's in her apartments with that music from John Williams, which is reprised in the Siege of Mandalore arc, and it's got such tragedy about it, and you got the tear that comes down Hayden Christensen's face, and just this look of sadness on Natalie Portman's face, and then another wordless moment from her that I really want to mention. I took a screen cap of it because it is without a doubt like one of my favorite performance moments in all of Star Wars. It's when Padme goes after Anakin on Mustafar, and just that moment that she takes before she gets off the ship, and Across the Stars just plays very softly underneath, and it's just her right here. It's just anticipating what's to come, and like almost just not wanting to leave this moment because she knows what's coming. It's so tragic and so beautiful and so heart-wrenching. I think it may be my favorite moment of hers, and I think it's one of the best little moments in the whole saga.
Yeah, that scene is so devastating, and the scene you mentioned before, the scene where Anakin and Padme are staring out across Coruscant at one another, him from the Jedi Temple, her from her apartment, and God, she looks beautiful there. But that's the point. Like that scene, which is underscored by a piece of music called Padme's Ruminations, that piece of music is one of my favorite pieces of Star Wars music, even though it's not, very understated. And this scene, the Padme's Rumination scene, is a top 3 Star Wars scene for me. It's my favorite scene in this movie. It's my favorite scene in the prequel trilogy, because it tells you so much without dialogue, unless you want to count Palpatine's voiceover. But honestly, you almost don't even need that to understand what's really happening here. This is the moment where Anakin makes his choice. This is the moment where he determines, tragically, because God, he didn't have to, but he's at the peak of his fear right here. And this is the moment where he decides that in order to save the woman that he loves, he has to damn his own soul. And you see that in his performance, in the agony of his silence as he stares out across at her, and you can feel how the longing and the desire and just the desperation in that moment. And then the single tear that comes down, his face in that scene, and what he has decided to do. This is the reason this scene, more than any, because I always loved Hayden Christensen's performance. And while I understand some of the critiques about him in Attack of the Clones, I was always on board that I thought he was outstanding in this movie, because this scene has never left my mind. He understood the way to how to play this character who was, going through such immense emotional torment. And for him to convey it silently in this scene, I thought it's still my favorite acting moment of his across any of his appearances in Star Wars, perhaps rivaled only by his confrontation with Obi-Wan in the finale of the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. But and Natalie Portman in this scene too, she conveys such heartbreak and longing in that same scene, also silently, because her world is also crumbling around her. Not only the man that she loves, but the democracy and the entire idea that she, of freedom that she loves so dearly and has fought for throughout these movies. And she feels, like it's all slipping away, because it is. And in that scene, you truly get the sense of, as we talked about with Attack of the Clones last week, that this is meant to be an epic story of star-crossed lovers, and the consequences that the fact that their love has for the rest of the galaxy. It was the most beautiful thing in the world, and now it's about to become one of the more tragic, because not only are their worlds about to be destroyed, but it's going to have reverberations for millions of beings around them as well. And this is when George Lucas is fond of saying that, like, oh, Star Wars could be a silent movie if you just listen to it with the music. And I don't always resonate on that wavelength, just because I do love, some of, the character exchanges and the dialogue, and there's some great speeches, particularly, throughout all the movies. But when I watch this scene, I'm like, this is what he's talking about, because you can the story is told in less than 2 minutes through visuals and music and performance choices, and it's one of the greatest things this franchise has ever given us.
Yeah, I do want to take a moment to talk about Hayden's performance, because I agree in this scene. It's some of his best work. I think that two of my favorite scenes of his in this movie are this scene, and then the scene in the Opera House with Palpatine. But part of my reservations about him back when I saw this, and I did think he stepped up in a major way from his work in Attack of the Clones, even back then. But I think part of my remaining hangups had to do with the fact that, and maybe this is partially to do with my own perception of it, but also the fact that we only got story that I really wanted later down the line, which was, you go to see this movie, and I don't think it actually says it anywhere in the course of the movie, but like behind the scenes and stuff, we know that it's been like 3 years since Attack of the Clones. And when you just say 3 years, 3 years to me is nothing. I don't change that much in 3 years. And so so I was carrying with me the knowledge of who Anakin was in Attack of the Clones, and so I think a lot of that was influencing how I perceived him in this movie, and the fact that there's so much we didn't get to see. We don't get to see the real bond relationship between him and Obi-Wan. We get like the beginning of the movie. We get about 30 minutes where, you know, they appear to have a much improved relationship from Attack of the Clones, but then it descends really quickly. And Anakin does appear to be like Hayden's playing a more mature Anakin, but I'm still hanging on to the sort of whiny teenager of episode 2, which is what he was supposed to be playing in that movie, but a little less so in this movie. But once I saw the Clone Wars and saw that journey that Anakin goes on, like I was saying before, it just impacts so much the way you see what Hayden was doing in this movie. Like, I think that he was ahead of the curve, you know, with his performance in this movie. And I don't know that, I think a lot of people, including myself, were so hung up on maybe what they didn't like about Anakin's character in episode 2, that they weren't necessarily seeing with fresh eyes what he was doing in this movie. And after I've seen what he went through during those 3 years of the Clone Wars, it just completely reshapes my perception of his performance in this movie. And so, you know, my hat's off to Hayden, because I think that he created a very different character in this movie that maybe people weren't giving him enough credit for, you know, the evolution of Anakin in this film, because he had to do a lot without getting to play like the things that led him there. And that can't have been easy. And and I think you even see the benefits of, now that content has been out there for years, of getting to see Anakin. You know, I think he's really relishing now getting to go back and play Anakin with the full picture in mind, because also I think there's less pressure on him now, because he doesn't have to necessarily create all that, you know, again, because the work has been put in now. And so he gets to have fun, like reaping the benefits of that. Like, now that we've discovered who Clone Wars era Anakin was, he gets to have fun in those flashbacks in Ahsoka of, you know, cracking that smile when he was allowed to be happy, and and not have to just play the extremes. And so, yeah.
Yeah, and you see the seeds of it. You see the seeds of what what would go on to shape Anakin's character in the Clone Wars, and the elements that Hayden gets to play now in Ahsoka and the Obi-Wan series. In that opening sequence, where he and Obi-Wan are on the mission to rescue the Chancellor, it, like, for the longest time, you know, this really was the scene that shows Anakin at his best. And it's one of the reasons why his line from this scene that you have up on the screen, his, you know, kind of smirking, joyful, "this is where the fun begins" line, was beloved, you know, for years before the full prequel renaissance was in effect, because you can just tell that this is the true, you know, and great hero, Jedi that we had heard about, you know, as far back as the days of A New Hope. This is the character who, as the novelization refers to him as, is in many respects to the galaxy that looks up to him and reveres him, the hero without fear. This is the hero who will take on any mission, who will do anything to try and save, you know, the people of this galaxy, who will come up with, you know, the wildest idea and then execute it. And this mission that he and Obi-Wan, you know, go on to save the Chancellor. Obviously, it's something of a trap set by Palpatine, but the actions that Obi-Wan and Anakin undertake over the course of it, they are the hero's actions, except for one, at the end, that when Anakin makes the decision to relieve Dooku's head from his shoulders.
By the way, this is and I don't want to I don't want to create the impression that I don't take the majority of this movie and its events very seriously, but there are some absolute hysterical moments, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and this moment of Dooku apparently caught completely unawares.
Yeah.
I just find so hilarious just because it's really, dude, you didn't see this coming.
Yeah.
But no, it's great. I love it. And there's this is not directly related to that scene, but I was thinking about Dooku overall as a character, and we talked, I think, last time about that great moment in Clone Wars where Obi-Wan is like, and quiet, Anakin, the Count is is concentrating or is thinking, something like that, and there's a similar moment in this movie when they're being held by Grievous, and Obi-Wan's like, dude, try not to upset him, and and it's so great because, like I said before, now so much of the foundation now has been laid in for what their dynamic was over the course of the Clone Wars, that no longer is this opening scene trying to fit in this the entirety of this close bond that these two characters had. It just feels like it's playing off of all the great hits that we got throughout the Clone Wars, and it's just so much fun to watch the two of them bickering with each other. And yeah, I love it.
Yeah, no, there are so many little moments throughout this, exchange between Obi-Wan and Anakin where you really get the sense of how close they've become, how they are truly brothers, as well as former master and former Padawan. Now, Anakin's a Jedi Knight, Obi-Wan's a Jedi Master. They become two of the greatest heroes of the Clone Wars. They work in perfect sync with one another, and they know each other's moves before they're gonna do them. But they also can, still give each other a little bit of teasing, back and forth. And that kind of easy dynamic was essential for us to see, before the rest of the tragic events, of this movie unfold, because things eventually get pretty heavy. But even though this is very epic and tragic battle to open the Clone Wars, this is just fun seeing a lot of this stuff. It really, you can just, when they're taking down the battle droids in the elevators, or Anakin's trying to maneuver around the buzz droids, or when they're having their hijinks with the elevators. First, when he cuts the hole and then the elevator drops, and then they march against the reverses, always on the move. And then when he hops back in after having had this whole side adventure, Obi-Wan's just like, "Oh, it's you." He's almost like he'd forgotten there.
What was that all about? Yeah. Well, R2 has been, hey, no loose wire jokes. Did I say anything? He's trying. I didn't say anything.
Yeah, and this is all without the deleted scene where Anakin and Obi-Wan imitate the droid voices, which I agree probably would have been a little bit much, but it's just shows their easy rapport with one another, and also their bond, because it underscores the fact that at this stage, Obi-Wan is one of the most important people in Anakin's life, and before he becomes his bitterest enemy, and when after he kills Dooku and they've rescued the Chancellor, and Palpatine tries to get Anakin to leave Obi-Wan, it's not even a question. However much influence Palpatine thinks he has on Anakin in this moment, he was never ever going to get Anakin to leave Obi-Wan behind. So he has to go about it a different way. But Anakin's just like, his fate will be the same as ours. He's literally carrying him on his back through the ship as it's being destroyed. And one of the funniest moments in the entire movie, when they wake up and Obi-Wan wakes up in the elevator shaft and kind of panics and grabs onto it, and Anakin's just like, easy, we're in a bit of a situation here. He's like, did I miss something? It's just, but he takes it aside.
And that reminds me of later on after they land, and Anakin's like, you coming, master? And he's like, oh no, I'm not brave enough for politics. And then, he's convincing Anakin that he should be the one to go. And he's like, let us not forget, Anakin, and that you rescued the Chancellor and killed Count Dooku, all while carrying me unconscious on your back. So he's fine with feeding Anakin's ego so long as it gets him out of doing something that he doesn't want to do.
And that the exchange that follows, when Anakin's like, "All right, you owe me, and not for saving your skin for the 10th time," and Obi-Wan's response, 9th time, that business on Cato Nemoidia doesn't count. Which we now know what that business on Cato Nemoidia was, thanks to Mike Chen's novel Brotherhood. But it's questionable at best. But there's history in that line, because it gives you the sense that, as Anakin and Obi-Wan have been fighting, beside each other for this entire war, yes, they have saved each other's lives multiple times, and they would, being the kind of characters they are, they would keep a running tally, and they would, have be like, now you owe me one, now I owe you one, now you owe me one, and they would be disputes about but did that action was that really helpful, or was that just you trying to do something a little fancy? And there's so much character and history in those moments, and it really underscores, the line that Obi-Wan shares with Luke in A New Hope, when he says to Anakin, about his father, he was the best star pilot in the galaxy and a cunning warrior, and he was a good friend. You see all of that in this opening scene from Anakin, how Anakin kills Dooku, how he, fights through the droids, how he manages to save this crashing ship and get them to safety, and how he saves Obi-Wan's life. Great pilot, great warrior, great friend. All there.
Yeah, and I do also say, I've been talking a lot about how the Clone Wars influenced, and puts a lot of emphasis on things that maybe wasn't there before, and fleshes things out. But also something you said about these exchanges, about how they infer so much. So even before that, even just when this was just Revenge of the Sith 2005, I think they did a great job of sort of giving you hints in their exchanges and their dialogue, about what kind of stuff they had been through over the past 3 years, and just where their relationship was at, because there's a lot of heavy lifting that has to be done in a short amount of time in this movie to take you out of their relationship in Attack of the Clones, which is very much a purely a mentor pupil relationship that seems like they've got moments of showing love for each other, but there's also a lot of antagonism there, and then taking us to this movie where they're on the level of brothers and they've been fighting side by side for years. So before we got Clone Wars, this movie had to do a lot in this early section, and I honestly feel like it does about as great a job as you could expect it to do, given the compression of how much has to be fit into this movie.
Yeah, and not just brothers, but like legendary heroes, among the greatest Jedi. I mentioned that in the novelization, Anakin has become to be known to the galaxy as the hero without fear, which of course is ironic given his, what ultimately brings him down. But you can see for like the citizens of the galaxy who look up to him, like this is the like why he's one of the greatest and why he truly, because he is fearless and in regards to like not being, willing to risk his own life for the benefit of others. And Obi-Wan, the negotiator, as General Grievous brands him, like they are a pair. And one of the passages from the novelization that I really love is when it's describing this opening battle. Matthew Stover talks about how the adults of the galaxy are seeing all that's happening and they're seeing the tragedy unfold, and they're basically in despair because they're like, we're going to lose this war, we're going to lose everything we ever hoped for, there is no hope. But then he talks about the children, and the children, talk about Kenobi and Skywalker, and they will save us. And as they're talking about as he's relating the story of of how they're, entering the battle, he has the line where he says, "A pair of starfighters, Jedi starfighters, only two. Two is enough. Two is enough because the adults are wrong and their younglings are right. Though this is the end of the age of heroes, it has saved its best for last." And you can tell that like that's a line that is both ironic, but it also hits like a hammer, because this is the culmination. This is when it happens. This is the one of the definitive battles of the entirety of the Clone Wars, and Anakin and Obi-Wan are the heroes. If without everything that happens later, this could have been the event where Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi, saved the Republic by killing Count Dooku and, foiling the Separatist attack and leaving, the Republic on the brink of victory. Ultimately, it's a perversion of that, ends up being a perversion of that, because the man at the center of it all, one Chief Palpatine, is in fact the true evil that they're fighting, even if they don't realize it yet. But their actions in this opening scene are the actions of heroes. It is, unambiguously. And that's why, we don't get to see as much of that as we would like within the course of this movie, because ultimately the movie needs to tell the story of the tragedy. But it was an essential opening act for us to see Obi-Wan and Anakin as brothers, one final time, even before their final goodbye. And as you said, now that we have the Clone Wars, it doesn't feel like the only time we saw that happen. It feels like the culmination of it.
Yeah. Oh man. And speaking of like Grievous, that's like another thing that I want to avoid, like having this whole thing be but now we've seen the Clone Wars and this, but like there was some issues with Grievous like before this movie came out and going to see it, because we had a much different impression of Grievous from the 2D animated Clone Wars, as opposed to what he ended up being in the movie. So there's that, which almost seems quaint now, because now we've gotten so much content with the final version of General Grievous, and but I remember that being a thing. But I love his stuff throughout the movie, especially when later on, the whole thing with Obi-Wan, hello there, and General Kenobi. You are a bold one. It's so much fun. And we've talked about how we just recently got to see one of the darkest iterations of this version of Grievous in Tales of the Empire, where I love that, because I thought that it was like we really got to see how, I feel like this version of Grievous unfairly got saddled with like not being as dark or as scary as, as this sort of work in progress Grievous, from the earlier material. but in Tales of the Empire, we saw like him being like proper scary, and that to this Grievous, who with his sort of cackle and his cough and and all that stuff, it's like it's a it's a frightening visage to be presented to the galaxy. And yeah, and I don't know. I actually I still think it's a really great design, even though part of me has always been like, oh, what could have been? Because that earlier version of Grievous was like this, just the silent killer. Who if you saw him, you were dead.
Yeah.
And so yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean the Genndy Tartakovsky version of Clone Wars, the 2D series from 2003, is widely beloved and rightly so. And its depiction of General Grievous is quite iconic. And in that version, he is, as the kids would say, stupidly OP. He is, as you said, the kind of character who is capable of killing Jedi, with brutal and ruthless efficiency that makes him feel like an unstoppable force. Particularly, the animated version of the scene where he's kidnapping the Chancellor and taking down Jedi left and right. And it's understandable that, given the fact that he doesn't, get to do that in this movie, he gets some cool scenes, but that's not the story and that's not the character. And I know that people were upset about the fact that, for instance, like, why'd they give him that cough? That's it. And the reason for it is ultimately to show that, Grievous is not just a monster. Even though he is undertaking monstrous actions in this movie, this was, once a fully organic being who chose to become this, this mechanical monstrosity. And you don't have to look too hard to see that he's obviously, in that respect, meant to be a direct foreshadowing of what Anakin and his own choices will lead him to become later in the movie. But Grievous himself is very much, he's all kind of our new villain of the movie, because after Count Dooku is dispatched, in the opening act, and as Sidious says, his death was a necessary loss, both for Sidious and his own plans, but also for the story, because ultimately, the Sith apprentice has to fall so that Anakin can become the new Sith apprentice. But that meant that for the rest of the movie, the first half of the movie, we needed a suitably threatening antagonist, and I think Grievous does fulfill that role. Even though he perhaps, as we see, is not the world-destroying force that the legends would make him out to be. I think they make it clear that he is kind of, ultimately a brutal enforcer who is perpetuating this war. And the line that's repeated throughout the first part of the movie, like, this war can't end until we have General Grievous, captured or dead. I think they make it clear, like, why that is the case, because this is a man who will not, or a creature being who will not ever stop fighting as long as he, has breath in him. So it falls to Obi-Wan to end him in that way. But I get the frustration that people have for wanting the character to be more badass. But I think that's actually a refrain that probably over time is become one of the things that people have started to understand more about the nature of this story, because one of the complaints about Anakin's fall back in 2005 was that it wasn't badass enough. Why aren't we seeing him cut down 50 Jedi and cut all their heads off and drive his heart? Why did they cut away from him showing him killing the kids? We want to see evil Vader. And I'm like, I think we see enough of evil Vader. But that's not the point of the story. The point of the story is that Anakin is making this terrible, fateful decision out of fear, and and it's a tragedy.
Hey, Powder.
Hey, Powder.
The story that's being told here is a tragedy, not violence for violence sake. And yeah, I think this version of Grievous makes more sense in the story that George Lucas is telling, because it's to show the effects of you know, this being who is now, you know, more machine than man, uh, and so I think it would sort of defeat the purpose of that idea if he was just this badass, relentless killer, and that doesn't seem to be what George Lucas was interested in telling with this character. And also, I was saying kind of tongue in cheek about, because this is the kind of stuff that we think about having been here in 2005 and seeing this movie when it first came out. But this is not even a consideration for new fans coming to the saga, because I wager that very few of them are seeing, the 2D Clone Wars, and if they are, it's not until sometime after they've seen the rest of it. And so this is the Grievous that they know in the story, and it is funny that this is the kind of stuff where, like, and you have to imagine young kids growing up, as far as how they absorb the story. I would not be surprised if a great many of them, are going from episode 2 to watching the Clone Wars, and then experiencing the story that way. And then any conversations we were having in 2005 about, is Anakin's turn too abrupt? It's like, no, I think for a whole generation of young fans, they're probably like, no, we got to watch, 7 seasons worth of Anakin descending to the dark side. And and so, and what, Anakin didn't have a Padawan? What are you even talking about? It's just so funny, the stuff that, our conversations that we had, being fans back when these movies were out, that it just shows that storytelling evolves and things change, and yeah, you just have to marvel at at how things change with the passage of time. Oh.
Yeah, and we talked a lot about that on our Attack of the Clones discussion a couple of weeks ago, about how a story, like, stories are being constantly being recontextualized, and new layers of meaning are being added, as new storytelling, you know, provides that context, but also, like, as we ourselves change and experience the story at different points in our life. And every so often you will find, you will find someone who, like, somehow had never known that Anakin Skywalker was Darth Vader, and they watched the movies from the Phantom Menace through the Attack of the Clones, and then maybe through the Clone Wars before they get to Revenge of the Sith. And it's always, not like enjoyable, but it's like, it's interesting and cool to see when someone who has grown up with Anakin Skywalker as their hero gets that moment where they realize he's going to fall and become Darth Vader, and they're just devastated by it. And that's like the real intent of the story, to show how it was that this great, Jedi and great hero fell and, fell victim to, some of his worst impulses and became this monstrous creature. For those of us who had grown up with Darth Vader from the original trilogy, like, the tragedy of it was in the inevitability of it. We were constantly waiting for that moment. And I think for the people who were underwhelmed by it originally, it was because they thought, well, is that, like, you build it up in your mind, and then when you actually get the moment as it's intended, as George Lucas always intended it, you're like, that's it? That was so fast. How did that happen? But
at the same time, like, even though I do understand, like, because people are going to have the reaction they're going to have, but that was absolutely not my reaction when seeing this movie. I was enthralled by getting to see, like, because this is for those of us who did grow up with the original Star Wars trilogy, we know where this is going. And my anticipation and dread was in, like, but how does it all play out? How do we get from the beginning of this movie, when Anakin and Obi-Wan are, are buddies fighting side by side, and Anakin and Padme are happily looking forward to the birth of their child at the time. Uh, how do we get from there to everything falling apart? And every beat of the movie, as things unfold and things become more dire, and then you actually get to moments with Anakin kneeling down you know, before Palpatine as revealed as Darth Sidious, and as he's been burned to a crisp, and he brings the hood up, and it's like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, um, and just and then seeing, Order 66, and when the Jedi are being massacred, and then you know Yoda's facing off against Palpatine, and you're like, oh, but it looks like he's winning, but how do things go wrong? And just leading that step by step all the way to the end of the film, where you see what becomes of the twins, and how Luke and Leia end up where where they end up, and it just all has this feeling of just this great tragedy, and you're waiting to see how these beats unfold, and there was great drama in that for me, and that's what I was talking about before, about this propulsive storytelling that I found so enthralling. Even if as I might nitpick about some individual things in the movie, it just felt like getting to see the how of something that I knew broadly happened when I was a kid, but now we're going back and actually seeing how events unfolded. It was very rewarding for me, and just one of those things where I'm sure my mouth was just dropped open watching things as they were happening. And then, like, when you get to the battle between Obi-Wan and Vader, and it's like, yeah, it's having the revelation of these things that you imagined in some form or another, for years, and then actually getting to see how it all plays out.
Yeah, and I think that kind of sense of inevitability has only built for me over the years, and because I totally agree. Like, for me, the most interesting part of any story, especially a story where we know the ending, is always going to be the how and the why of the story, rather than the what and the when. Our friends at Force Center talk about this extensively, and I totally agree with them in the respect that, knowing that Anakin Skywalker is going to fall, doesn't mean that the moment, of that choice should be lessened, because we actually see it happen, and then it doesn't line up with our expectations. The real joy and, tragedy and power of the story for me is trying to get inside Anakin's psychology in that moment, which is one of the reasons I love the novelization so much, because Matthew Stover does that brilliantly during these moments. And this scene right here, where he ultimately pledges his fealty to, Darth Vader. Potter points out in the chat that he was a little bit underwhelmed, like when he saw it the first time. And I think that's a fair reaction, because the actual moment where Anakin makes his choice to, become Darth Vader, that can seem a little bit sudden, but where I have just found it more and more rich, to the point that where it doesn't for me anymore, is that I am now fully invested in the emotional torment that Anakin is in leading up to this moment. And we talked about the moment where he makes the choice effectively to damn his soul and to save the woman he loves, because he knows he's going to have to, protect Palpatine from the Jedi in this moment. But even when he gets there, it still acts absolute torture for him in that moment. He doesn't want to do it. And that's why his reactions in the scene with Mace and Palpatine are so devastating. And then he makes a split-second decision, when Mace is getting ready to kill the Chancellor. But after he does it, when he falls to his knees and just in anguish cries out, what have I done? Like, it's heartbreaking in that moment, because this is not a man who wanted to do this. This is not a man who was choosing evil because he wants to revel in his own power, as, say, a certain Sith character who was just revealed on The Acolyte this past week clearly seems to, or as Palpatine himself does. This is a man who is choosing the dark side because he thinks it is the path to power, to something he fears even more, which is the loss of the woman he loves. And in order to gain that power and prevent that outcome, he is willing to do things that he would not ordinarily do, and it is killing him. It is killing him at every single step of the story. And it's, and we see, we don't always see it on his face, say when he's like going to the Jedi Temple, but we see it in other moments, like the scene on Mustafar, where he's crying on the balcony after he's killed the Separatist leaders. This is destroying Anakin to do this, and is doing and it really gets to the idea that, like, when Palpatine, for instance, says like the Jedi are are evil and they need to be exterminated, and Anakin's like, I agree, the Jedi's next move will be against the Senate. He doesn't believe that in that moment. But he is lying to himself. He's lying to himself because he has to, in order to get this outcome that he wants. And this is the more I think about, like, that line from Obi-Wan Kenobi, where Vader, now fully in the threat of the dark side, tells Obi-Wan, "You didn't kill Anakin Skywalker. I did." This is the process of that.
That murder of Anakin Skywalker is you're right. It's happening bit by bit over the course of the remainder of this movie, starting in this moment. That's always been my read of Anakin, and I'm glad you're breaking it down like this, because I've always been slightly confused by when people say his turn is so sudden. It's like, but he's not completely. He's doing Sidious's bidding, but he didn't blink, and all of a sudden he's transformed from Anakin to Vader in this moment. It's the bit that said that to me more than anything when I saw this for the first time was when the way he drags out and says, "I will do anything that you ask." He's almost about to vomit the way he's saying those words. He actually does, but he feels he has no choice, because he reacted in a split second to save Palpatine so that he can, so he won't lose Padme. And now that's the step of someone who, now having done something horrible, feels they have no choice but to continue on down that path. And what's his other option at this point? He, no matter what else happens, he murdered Mace Windu, or he at least aided in the murder of Mace Windu. So from his perspective, he's already committed an unforgivable act, and and all that's left is to save Padme.
Yeah.
Until she dies at the end of the movie, but by that point, Anakin has been destroyed. And all he has is his anger and his grief, and he belongs to Palpatine in that moment. It's that stream of anguish at the end of the film that comes from a mechanized Vader, that smile from Palpatine that lets him know that now he's entirely mine.
Yeah. And when we talk about that scene in more detail, I do want to read the passage from Matthew Stover's novelization that I think details it, because it's one of my favorite pieces of writing, and I just think it captured Anakin's mindset perfectly there. But in this scene specifically, what I find so compelling about Anakin's performance, and Hayden's performance, and Anakin's emotional torment in this scene is, it is very easy to see, and is meant to be within the language of this movie, how this moment where he saves Palpatine by, betraying Mace Windu, and then Palpatine kills Windu, and is as Anakin's point of no return. But the more I watch this movie and the more I think about, the philosophy behind the story, the real tragedy of it is that it isn't his point of no return. It could have not been. He is devastated in this moment because he has, committed an action that led to the death of the Jedi Master and saved Palpatine's life, and now he's going to be pledging himself to the service. But even though he committed this horrible act, it was not too late for him to turn back there. And he could have, he just needed to be willing to face his other fear, his greater fear, which is the fear of losing Padme, and that was unfortunately the fear that he couldn't overcome because of the trauma of losing his mother and, his fear about the visions that are happening. And the fact that it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy that he loses Padme is ultimately his own fault, because he makes this choice, and then at every opportunity where he has to turn back, that multiple characters offer him, that Obi-Wan offers him, that Padme offers him, he doesn't. He doubles down on that choice because he thinks it's been made, but it hasn't. And that is the resounding tragedy for me of this movie, because we've talked a lot on previous streams about what the idea of redemption in Star Wars means. And it is not, oh, you commit all these horrible acts, and then you do one good thing, and then all your past sins are forgiven, and then you get to go to Force Heaven and be a Force Ghost. No, the idea of redemption in Star Wars is that no matter what you've done, it is never too late to make a better choice and accept, the consequences at that point. And the tragedy for Anakin Skywalker is he doesn't make that better choice until 25 years later, when he finally is faced with another situation and chooses to save Luke at the cost of his own life. And just that's why these scenes are set up to mirror each other in that way. It's a very deliberate idea, because ultimately Anakin, he is, we talked about him being the hero without fear. Anakin, this is what George Lucas was talking about when he talks about in Yoda's line in The Phantom Menace. Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. The reason that line is so powerful is because it was always meant to detail Anakin's fall in this way. And it, not a man who chose power for, out of love for power, a man who chose power out of what he thought was love, but really was, fear of loss. And the prospect that it's very revealing what he says to Palpatine in this scene when he finally, is willing to bow to him. And he says just one of the more heartbreaking, and revealing lines: just help me save Padme's life. I can't live without her. Not, I don't want her to die. Not that, I can't say, I can't live without her. And that's the idea that, as we'll get into that in that passage from Matthew Stover, he thinks he's thinking about Padme. He's actually thinking about himself. And that's where his love, has become selfish.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, it's now I'm just thinking about that, and that's what gets me about that scene is, what we were saying before, is just how sick to his stomach he is throughout that scene, and you can tell. And it's about, as has been said, by you and by people in the chat, he really is in that sequence, he's making a deal with the devil, and because Palpatine is saying all this stuff, which it brings your mind to things in our real world where you have this uh, this cartoonish villain, sitting there saying all these things that are complete bullshit, but because he is your path to the power you require, you'll swallow it and say, yes, sir, I agree. And yeah, it's so horrific. I just think of Ian McDiarmid when he says, "Once more, the Sith will rule the galaxy, and we shall have peace."
Uh, are we ready to talk about the absolute glory that is Ian McDiarmid in this movie, or do we want to do the mid roll first?
Let's do the mid roll first, because there is so much to say about Ian McDiarmid in this movie. Real quick, mid roll. So next week, we're gonna have a bit of a shakeup. Don't believe what it says in the description of this video. Originally, we were planning to do a discussion of Black Swan next week. But we're actually going to push that for a couple weeks because we're hoping to get someone to come on to discuss it with us. So you guys will have to wait, but it'll be worth it because we'll have a guest on with us. So instead, next week we're going to go back to our revisited series, talk about something which has been covered on the channel before, but not by me and Jared together. So we're actually going to be talking about Blade Runner 2049 next week. With all this Denis Villeneuve, hype that's been going on, for the past few months. He had a little movie come out this year called Dune Part 2. You might have heard of it. And for me, Blade Runner 2049 is my favorite film of his. And so the fact that this will only be the second time I've talked about it on my channel is quite honestly a miracle, because I think it's an absolute masterpiece. And I will say that please do check out the other stream that I did about it. But having said that, it was one of my very earliest streams. And so I was very nervous while I was talking about it. So I think I'll be a bit more relaxed this time, and we can sort of take our time and break it down and have a lot of fun with that. But I'm looking forward to getting to talk about this with you, Jared, because we both have a lot of love for Mr. Villeneuve.
Yeah, and actually, it's one of our our touchstones, because when John and I first started to connect over Twitter, it was around this time back in like 2017, around the seventh season of Game of Thrones and the like. And one of the things that we both bonded over, in addition to our love of Game of Thrones and Star Wars and Pride and Prejudice, was our love for this movie, for Blade Runner 2049, which we both thought was an astonishing achievement, a great movie by Denis Villeneuve. It's a movie that is on a very short list for me. When I think about best movies of the 2010s, I'm probably going to have Blade Runner 2049, if not at the number one position, damn close to it. Because it's just, I was floored walking out of the theater. I've rarely had a movie that knocked me on my ass so completely in terms of just how in awe of it I was. This movie is one of those as well, actually. But I just am very excited to be able to talk about it with you, because I'd watched your earlier discussion and I thought it was great, but I'm like, guess I won't get to talk about Blade Runner 2049 with John. But then we came up with this revisited series, and now I have that excuse, so it'll be fun.
It'll be great. And this is one of those movies that I walked out of the theater and the world felt different, which is something that I have heard a lot of people say about their experience with the original film, for those who were around when that originally came out. It's been one of my great regrets that I've never quite responded to the original Blade Runner film in the way that a lot of people I know have, where they're just over the moon and in love with it. It's one of their all-time favorites. It's a movie that I admire a lot, and I think visually it's just one of the greatest achievements ever. But for some reason, I've just never quite emotionally connected to it in the way that I wish that I did. So it was with great joy that when I saw Blade Runner 2049, I was like, oh, I get it now. And even though I might not have that with the original movie, I do with this one. And so I've been gratified, very happy that at least I can say that I have that kind of attachment to one of the Blade Runner films in that way. And I saw the movie like 4 or 5 times in the theater, which for a movie that came out in 2017, like that was the first movie in many a year that I had done that, because I was no longer a teenager, where I was going to see Star Wars or Lord of the Rings in theaters like 10 times. That ceased to be a frequent occurrence for me. So the fact that I saw Blade Runner 2049 about 4 times in the theater was an achievement for me, and and it goes to show how much I loved it. So yeah, we're gonna have a blast next week talking about that.
Yeah. And we'll clarify the rest of our schedule after that. We just had to shift some things around because we were taking a couple of weeks off. But at some point, we are likely going to talk about The Acolyte after its season wraps up. We've done a lot of Star Wars, but I think that one would be worth revisiting. And then we'll also probably have some more X-Men content because as Deadpool and Wolverine approaches, I think we're going to be looking at revisiting maybe a favorite film from that series. So
I saw something this week in a TV spot that I wish I hadn't seen.
I know what you saw.
but I'm also like, oh my God, it was filling me with so much nostalgia and deep delight. So, but yeah, no, looking forward to that. And so it feels like, yeah, I know we're going to be talking about Logan, before that comes out to get us hyped up for that. I just love that this is the year of the X-Men. I had to put up for years with all the other, MCU properties, taking, being put in the driver's seat. And now I'm like, this year we got X-Men 97 and Deadpool and Wolverine. And that's, I think, the Agatha show is coming out later in the year, but that's like the only Marvel thing this year, aside from Echo came out earlier in the year. But it's by and large, it's the year of the X-Men. So I'm very happy. Anything else that you want to mention?
Nope. I think that we'll, like I said, more clarity on the schedule coming shortly because we had to shift a couple things around. But for now, definitely Blade Runner 2049 next week.
Yeah. Okay, so let's dive into the cackling space wizard himself. Palpatine, played by Ian McDiarmid. I'm gonna be honest here. I've long been conflicted about my feelings as it relates to Ian McDiarmid in this movie, and I talked a bit about this on the last stream with Attack of the Clones, because I feel like for so much of the prequel movies, with Ian McDiarmid playing Palpatine, he was very like reserved and English, and even exercised some subtlety. Okay, some subtle for a Star Wars movie, shall we say? And this movie kind of lets all that fly. And it's like, even when he's playing Palpatine, he's kind of, giving over to the more like, I'm the evil calculating, but it's like, I feel like this movie so much gives into like real, we've mentioned this word before. It's a favorite word over on Force Center, the pulp of Star Wars. And the end of this movie, we get the Frankenstein monster stream with Vader, and and with Palpatine, the scene where, he's burned to a crisp, and power, unlimited power, it's so it's a choice, and I go back and forth between, do I think it's too much, or do I love it for however the top it is. but nobody does it quite like Ian McDiarmid, that's for sure.
Yeah, I am not conflicted. I do and always have absolutely adored Ian McDiarmid. I guess, as Potter is saying, it's pronounced in the chat, and this movie, because he is playing the duality of the character at its most grand and operatic height. His subtle malevolence, perhaps not as subtle as some might like, but the scene in the opera box is one of the most celebrated scenes in all of Star Wars for a reason. But then the moment where the mask comes off, it is what has always made this work for me, and has retroactively made you appreciate even more about Ian McDiarmid's performance in the other two prequels and his return in The Rise of Skywalker, is that this Palpatine, the cackling, malevolent, gleeful embodiment of ultimate evil, is and always was the real man, the real creature, the devil in the flesh. The ultimate embodiment of Star Wars in this galaxy. And the brilliance of him as a character is that he's been able to hide that so well as he orchestrated this grand, brilliant plan to undermine several thousand years of democracy and turn it into an empire that would serve his whims. And this is his hour. This is his moment of triumph. And he's not the type that's going to just put his feet up on his desk and take a sip of satisfied wine like Cersei Lannister might. He is going to revel in it, because he has been dreaming of this moment his entire Sith life, and Sith have been planning this since they went into hiding 1,000 years ago, and he's the one who made it happen. And that's like the way that McDiarmid plays Palpatine's like deranged glee in this scene of a man who is finally able to show his true colors. It is over the top. That is by design, and that is why it works, because he is a man who is the one character in this movie who gets almost everything he wants. He probably would have preferred not to have Vader burned, because then he could have potentially, possessed him down the line, and he would have a slightly stronger apprentice. But everything else goes exactly according to plan. He destroys the Jedi. He turns the Republic into the Empire. He is crowned Emperor himself with thunderous applause to great acclaim by the citizens of the Republic who he has led in his thrall. He destroys his enemies, including tragically Padme, who we have described as his ideological foil throughout these films, and he takes the great hope of the Jedi, the chosen one, Anakin Skywalker, and through fear and manipulation, he bends him to his will. And it was the most evil thing he could have done. Some other, Sith Lords, when hearing about this chosen one who was prophesied to destroy the Sith, may have thought, well, we've got to kill that guy. Palpatine does that in a much more insidious, shall we say, way, by befriending Anakin, by playing on his fears, by making him feel like he can be trusted. And then the moment when the mask comes down, the hooks are in too deep. And I love, there's kind of like an intermediate stage of, before the full cackling glee of that he unleashes when he's fighting Mace and fighting Yoda. And before, there's the scene when he finally lets the mask drop for Anakin in his office. And because he has been thinking about this moment for years. How was he actually going to reveal himself? And that when he says, my mentor taught me everything about the Force, even the nature of the dark side. And then he pauses and almost like gasps in, because that's the moment he's been waiting to share that. Which is a little over the top, but I also think that Palpatine, Ian McDiarmid being the trained theater actor that he is, was overplaying it for effect, because that's the moment when you start to see the Palpatine from the original trilogy blending in with his and he's like, "Are you going to kill me? I would certainly like to. I know you would. I can feel your anger. It gives you focus, makes you stronger." and he's overemphasizing every syllable. And I know for people who prefer subtler acting, they're probably like, "That's too much." I'm like, it's the right amount for this character who knows what he is doing in this moment, and he is going to play it to the hilt.
What I love about that earlier moment, though, where he says, "My mentor taught me all about the Force, even the nature of the dark side." It's almost like he says, "Was that too much too soon?" So but that's why when I say I'm conflicted, that doesn't mean that's like I'm equally conflicted on both sides. Like for every part of me that's like maybe it's too much, then the other part of me is like, but no, it's delicious, and it's just wonderfully because there is a part of the Emperor that is innately, and I say this in a good way, he's delightfully hammy, which is built into the character from Return of the Jedi. There is absolutely nothing subtle about that performance in Return of the Jedi. It's just beautifully, like our friends at Force Center always say, the evil space wizard, and the image that always came to mind when looking at the Emperor in Return of the Jedi was always the evil witch from Snow White. It's that's the image, and so and there's nothing subtle about that character. So it's like that's what you're dealing with in Palpatine and Darth Sidious, and so it's like I'm dealing with two viewers inside of me. Like the one viewer is like the prestige movie viewer who's looking for subtlety in his acting and all that stuff, and then the other part of me is like, no, this is pure fantasy escapism with that delicious not only pulp but what's the other word I was thinking about earlier in relation to this? I don't know, but just you know what I'm saying. Just that that gleefulness and being over the top, and and that's not a bad thing when it's executed at the right moment. And I just so. And like I said, nobody does it like Ian McDiarmid. He's one of a kind, and and if I think he's going for the the over the top stuff in this movie, then that's like when we get down to Rise of Skywalker, that's when he's really reaching in there for that. And But then, and that's again, that reinforces that this character is the guy who's going to, hang on to all his power and his evilness, even past death, and and nothing's beneath him at all. So yeah.
Yeah, and one of the things that, like, when we think about Palpatine being the ultimate embodiment of evil in the Star Wars galaxy, he is very much, the Mephistopheles to Anakin's Faust in this grand mythological sense. And one of the things that makes him such an effective space devil is that he is not like he's not like a demon from another, realm. He is a man. He is a powerful Sith Lord, though he is still a man. He is a man who has gone as bad as a man can go, because, as once again, giving our friends at Force Center, specifically Joseph Scrimshaw, credit, like, our headcanon for how, why Palpatine the way he is that he made a choice out of fear, much as Anakin did many, 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 many years ago. But the difference is that, unlike every other character in the Star Wars galaxy, he never had a moment of doubt. He never looked back, and he just, like, every choice he had to be the more depth, like to become the worst version of himself, he took it and relished in it, and refused to acknowledge the possibility that there was anything else. And that is why he is the one character in the entirety of the Star Wars galaxy who, in my view, is beyond redemption, because he would never, ever consider that. It would, he is ultimately very much a very fearful character, and he acknowledges is that to Anakin, the idea that, like, when he tells him the tale of Darth Plagueis, like, everyone who gains power is afraid to lose it. And he knows he is talking about himself there. The difference is that in his arrogance and his overconfidence, as Luke calls him out for in Return of the Jedi, he doesn't believe that he is, is capable of losing that power, because he thinks he's gotten rid of everything that would cause him to succumb to such weaknesses. Like, he has no one that he loves but himself. He is willing to use anyone for any end, and he's willing to discard people who were loyal to him at the drop of the hat just because it's expedient. He's constantly evolving. But at his core, he is still very much driven by fear, the fear of losing his power, and of the characters who can take his power from him, in his eyes, the Jedi, which is one of the reasons why, after he has turned Vader in that scene and he's getting ready to enact Order 66, he has that moment where, at the height of his power, he is just muttering himself, "We must move quickly. The Jedi are relentless." You can tell the reason he's doing all these terrible actions and wiping out the Jedi is because he is scared shitless of them. But he is not going to, let that paralyze him. He's going to use that fear to fuel his anger and fuel his hatred, and in his mind, fuel his power. And with the dark side so strong at this moment, and him being its ultimate embodiment, that's why he becomes, in this movie, unstoppable. Why even the greatest of all the Jedi in this era, Yoda, can't beat him now. And it will need to, they will need to learn to fight another day.
There's so many great moments, though, when they do, meet. And I was watching this out in the living room today, and I don't think my dad had ever seen this one, because, he and I don't watch a lot of movies together. And I feel like Star Wars is just one of those things that if he ever sees any of Star Wars at home, it's usually because he's walking through the room while I'm watching it. And so when I was sitting down eating dinner before the stream, finishing up the movie, I think this was maybe the first time he was seated down and watching a lot of this, and he was cracking up with the beginning of the Yoda Sidious encounter. Just especially with I have waited a long time for this moment, my little green friend. I love it. And not like he wasn't laughing at it like, oh, this is stupid or anything. He was laughing at it because he thought it was like, it was that kind of gleeful laugh of, this is, um, it's it's what Palpatine is. Like we were saying, he's as Palpatine. Ian McDermott is so gloriously over the top that it's like even someone who's like not super into Star Wars can watch this and appreciate how maniacal Palpatine is. So yeah, I just grabbed a couple more pictures of Palpatine when he's fully.
That may be his most deranged laugh, that scene when he has Yoda like at his mercy, but he just can't help but stop himself and like give his most like twisted laugh yet, because he's just so gleeful that, as he says, "At last the Jedi are no more." But this scene in particular, like he just is, as we said, playing it to the hilt and reveling in it. And this is like him at the peak of his operatic powers. And it's one of the things I love so much about the Yoda Palpatine lightsaber fight is that it's happening in the heart of the Senate, which has been Palpatine's arena to orchestrate power. And while Yoda has come to stop him, it's too late at this point. And it's why one of my favorite shots in the entire movie is that shot when they're dueling on the platform and it rises up into the area, and then it cuts to the wide shot and you see these two tiny figures who are two of the most powerful figures in the entire galaxy dueling in heated conflict. They look so small, but like this is happening at the very heart of the galactic government that has now fallen. And it's like this is the epicenter of the universe, and at its heart is the conflict between these two, the ultimate good and the ultimate evil in the galaxy. And it's one of those things that, as we said, just makes it feel like epic and mythic on the grandest possible scale.
Yeah, no, and of course, what it immediately that moment when they're rising, from beneath the Senate, obviously now it brings to mind that moment in The Bad Batch, when he rises, to address the Senate, and it's so damn creepy. And chilling, and so that comes on. But it also made me think of, they do a great deal of damage to the Senate chambers in the sequence. I'm like, you're gonna have to divert some of those Death Star funds for the repair bill.
I'm pretty sure Palpatine has that place insured to the hilt, but it is funny that he is so willing to, and very metaphorical that he's destroying the great arena of democracy in his quest to destroy the power. That, Powder, is an excellent question, and I would like to believe that the ETs have a little bit more sense than that, but we never see them again after the Phantom Menace. So maybe they stood up to Palpatine a little too much, and he put his boot down on him. I would hope
it's better that I think it's better that we don't know. Otherwise, we might have to cancel ET.
Yeah.
And but yeah, it's so great. Like I guess we're just into. We'll talk about the epicness that is the dual lightsaber battles. Beautifully cut together. We've got the battle between Anakin and Obi-Wan, and the battle between Yoda and Vader. And I love, we haven't really. We mentioned him a little bit, but I really want to just gush about John Williams' work in this movie, because these sequences, the score for the Anakin Obi-Wan duel is the new piece, Battle of the Heroes, and then he uses Duel of the Fates for the Yoda Palpatine fight, which and just having all that stuff cut together, it's just like it's epicness laid on top of each other, and it's so funny because last week I talked about how Across the Stars is like probably my one of my favorite pieces of Star Wars music, if not my absolute very favorite. But then this week, we get to talk about that piece, but also Battle of the Heroes, which I feel is like, I don't feel like it's an underrated piece because lots of people love it, but I do feel like because that the place of like badass choral fight music is already taken by Duel of the Fates, that I feel like Battle of the Heroes is like on a slightly lower, shelf on the totem pole, and I'm like, but it's so amazingly composed and is just one of the most amazing pieces of music ever written. So it's not John Williams' fault that he did it twice. Well, I guess that kind of does make it his fault, but
Yeah.
but like he's just that good.
Yeah, I think I've mentioned before that Revenge of the Sith is my single favorite Star Wars score as a complete total. Like just there are so many themes in the movie that are among my very favorites, from Battle of the Heroes and the way it emphasizes the conflict between Anakin and Obi-Wan, but also Yoda and Palpatine, and sneaks in a little bit of a reprisal of Duel of the Fates that I find just epic and perfectly timed. But then also, I mentioned, I love Padme's ruminations. I mentioned, we haven't mentioned yet, Anakin's betrayal and Anakin's dark deeds.
Oh God, yeah.
Just heart-wrenching, like tragedy of the way
I do have the soundtrack right here.
Yes.
Which right here, I love this stuff that makes in my memory go back. It says includes exclusive bonus DVD, Star Wars: A Musical Journey, which I did watch a couple weeks ago because I knew that we were going to be talking about the movie. But I think it has to be like the best score just by virtue of the fact that it has so many it just has so many of the themes. Like you already mentioned a few. It's also got Leia's theme. And and then the score finishes off with the big triumphant, fanfare, the CD, as a matter of fact, not as much in the movie, but the CD concludes with the what is it called, the victory march or something, the piece of music that closes out the original Star Wars film.
Oh yeah, victory. So I think I know, I'm throne room march and medley.
Yeah, and that might, as an album exclusion, that might be considered a little over the top, since it's not actually even in the end credits of the film, except for the every Star Wars movie ends with the big the credits end with the big march, but this really goes extra and like plays the throne room music like 2 or 3 times. But as a CD, it's a wonderful listen because it's got all that material, plus it ends in that grand classic Star Wars fashion. And so I figured just by measure of the amounts of material that's present in the score, it has to be my favorite score of all the films. And I will say that's sort of, we'll talk about this a little bit more later on down the line when we discuss that film, but I think that might be like one of my sort of, I don't want to call it a gripe, because at the end of the day, it was still had a John Williams score that was amazing, but I do tend to wish that Rise of Skywalker, that he had brought it a bit more with celebrating the whole of the Star Wars musical tapestry. And for me, that's what this one did. Because, of course, back in the day, this was meant to be the final Star Wars film. So it did feel like this was the big musical grand finale. And I just love it to pieces. And, and I mentioned before about how, even though this doesn't have it in the sort of same epic grandeur as Attack of the Clones did, Across the Stars is still beautifully present in so much of this film, including that moment with Padme that I talked about. And it's got to be one of the greatest film scores of all time. And I talked about the fact that for me, his work on the prequels is probably my favorite work of his. And yeah, it's just breathtaking.
Yeah, and it is the score that, like, when I most feel that, like, you can listen to it and get the entire story of the movie without having to, watch the movie as well, just because you feel the emotion so intently. But on the other hand, why would you not want to watch the movie and pair these incredible themes that John Williams is, like, playing his heart out to with the visuals, and, like, those visuals have become, like, ingrained for me with those pieces of music. Specifically, I think about, like, moments where like where you had mentioned, like, they sample in Duel of the Fates in the duel, and I always think of it. It's the moment when Anakin and Obi-Wan have moved their duel outside, and we're seeing just how vicious and brutal Anakin becomes, and he, like, hits Obi-Wan in the face and, like, sends him absolutely reeling, and then it's just stalking towards him with absolute murder in his heart. And then you can hear the Duel of the Fates reprising. Yeah. And then as soon as the choral hit cuts in, they're cutting back to Palpatine and Yoda in the Senate, and Palpatine is starting to literally throw the Senate pods around. And yeah, and then just
that for me is Palpatine at his most maniacal, when he's just cackling and he's throwing the Senate seats.
Yeah, and then another moment that I always think about is there's the moment when Anakin and Obi-Wan are dueling on the lava river, and they are on the crane that's, like, fallen in, and they're about to go over the lava fall, and Obi-Wan manages to leap off, and it looks like Anakin is absolutely, like, fucked, because he's still on this thing that's going to go way, like, over the lava, and Obi-Wan thinks he's beaten him, and then we just see Anakin, like, run up this crane before it falls over the lava, and there's this, like, choral sound that comes in as we cut into a wide shot of him weeping literally out of the mouth of hell, and, like, this thing that would have killed literally anyone else, and it can't stop Lord Vader, and the music is rising and rising, and you're like, my God, this is, like, some of the most epic filmmaking I've ever seen, honestly.
Well, I do love that, but of course, then he lands on this little droid,
and that's
now I'm always going to think about the fact that, again, another part where my dad was watching this with me today, and Anakin lands on that droid and steadies himself, and my dad was just like, "Yeah, right." I'm like, you're not into Star Wars like I am, okay? He's Jedi Master Anakin Skywalker, or now Darth Vader. He can steady that droid through the Force. And I just found it funny, because sometimes my dad's reactions to things annoy me. Today it was just giving me life. So.
This movie operating on such a high degree of epic grand tradition, it's not the most realistic movie in the world. So, but
what else it reminded me of, and and like I will once again praise the hilarity of this line if we do go back and do individual streams about the Hobbit films, as we've talked about before. But but in that same vein, I'm not going to talk about the Legolas stuff. That's not where I'm going with this, because my feelings are not as cheerful about that stuff. But there's a part in Battle of the Five Armies when I forget like what they're getting ready to do. I think Thorin is getting ready to go off and do something, and there's like this horde of orcs coming their way, and Dwalin says, "Go, we'll be fine. There's no more than 100 of them." And like it's no big deal. And so it's that kind of like fantasy movie logic of like, um, you're just sort of laying all that at the door, and there are different rules of what passes for realism in these kinds of movies. So,
but the fantasy of it is really, as we said, it's there to underscore the heightened emotions of it. It's not just cool for cool's sake, because ultimately what George Lucas wants us to feel is the way that just how utterly and completely devastated these characters have been by the events of this movie, and how much like they're just in constant torment by the time we've reached this this section, except for Palpatine. He's reveling in it as one does, but in particular like the the scenes like where before Anakin and Obi-Wan start their duel, like when they're circling one another at the on the platform, and like we know that they're gonna fight, but they haven't started to fight yet. Like this is where like a lot of, I think some people think that like the dialogue's a little bit more stiff and stilted, and like it is, because it's a very much like they're talking in very grand like archetypes and kind of stuff, but I just find it like it's underscoring the emotion so much.
Well, it's operatic, but the story earns it.
Yes.
If anything, I think the criticisms I sort of have as far as like the dialogue and performance stuff in this scene is, again, it just goes down to I wish the delivery was a little more naturalistic, and again, if Lucas was a better actor's director, I think maybe it would have been. But I don't have any problem with like I don't think the dialogue is stiff or anything, or like, or that it doesn't fit the scene that it's in, because the stakes here are very big, and it should be operatic because this is Star Wars, and Star Wars is operatic, and like this is not only built up as the climax of this movie, but also this is something that generations have waited to see, of this clash between Obi-Wan Kenobi and Darth Vader on the lava planet, as we were talking before. Like, there is nothing about this that shouldn't be operatic, so that's, I'm fine with that. I like, the sort of rhythm of it. Again, going back to John Williams' music, the beautiful work in this scene, so that as Obi-Wan is saying things like, "You have allowed this dark lord to twist your mind until now you have become the very thing you sought to destroy." It's stuff like that, is like, that's what you want in this scene. It's building on years of expectations of what this moment is, and so yeah, Yeah, I'm not going to say I don't have any issues with, dialogue in this film or the other films. Like, it's Lucas was not necessarily the best at writing fluid dialogue, but I do think that the sort of tone of the dialogue fits very well in this sequence.
Yeah, and that's really what I like. Why I've always defended and loved it, especially in like this scene, because people liked to take lines of dialogue from this scene and mean them because they thought the delivery was fun. But I think that like when you understand the characters' emotional states in this sequence, you understand like just how hard it would be for any of them to like get the words out at all. Like Anakin in this moment is absolutely blinded by rage because he thinks that Padme has betrayed him and aligned herself with Obi-Wan, and now he's about to lose her, which he is because he's his actions, not because of what Obi-Wan's deviousness, but like just the fury that he spits into every syllable, and like when he's saying like you turned her against me, and then you will not take her from me, and like you can just feel the like this is the wounded heart of the character right now, like that he's so overcome by his fear that is curdled into this boiling rage that he can bear, like all he wants to do is just burn the world. Ironic given what's about to happen to him. And Obi-Wan is just, he's heartbroken, but he's also just like absolutely like disgusted by what Anakin has done and what he's become. And he's just like looking at him like appalled, like that when Anakin's like, you turned her against me, and Obi-Wan's like, you have done that yourself. And like, he could have been a little more fluid, but like he's just like, how did this happen? And more than anyone else in this scene, Natalie Portman as Padme, like people love to make fun of her. Anakin, you're breaking my heart line. I hate that they do that. That is such a raw moment of performance and devastating, because this is a woman who has fought for good her entire life, and now everything's come crashing down, and the man she loves has become a monster, and she's breaking. We're seeing perhaps one of the strongest characters in the history of the Star Wars galaxy break in real time. And of course, she's choked up and devastated, and like it doesn't look the most smooth, because that's how a real person who is having their world burned to the ground before their eyes would act. They would not come up with some florid speech. She's desperate. And like the line after that, when she just, even after she said, I can't follow you down this path, and she's like, stop, come back, I love you. And then Anakin accuses her of lying because he sees Obi-Wan. But like I just think it's one of Natalie Portman's actually best moments in the movie, and I hate that people just think it's stilted. I just couldn't disagree more.
Yeah, my thing is, if you want to complain about Lucas's dialogue, that's fair, but I don't have anything negative to say about Natalie Portman's performance at all, especially in this scene. I think if you don't like the dialogue that's written, then take that out of the equation and don't focus on that. Focus on the emotion on display, and I think she's doing an absolutely amazing job. And so, and I don't know, and it goes back to what I've been saying over and over. Like, even if occasionally I want to nitpick about the things like Lucas's writing of the dialogue, there's a power here in the performances and in the story that is so like I don't know if the word I want to use is overwhelming or not, but it's just so that it sort of brushes over any misgivings of individual things I have. I watch the scene and I am pulled in, by what's actually occurring with the characters and between the actors. So, yeah, I don't know. Like I'm not going to tell anybody not to have their, issues with whatever. That's up to you. But I think it's wonderful, and I will say, like, I won't hear a single solitary bad thing about anything that Ewan McGregor does in any of these scenes or throughout the entire movie, for that matter. For my money, he was like the best performer in these films, and I think that every moment from him, especially in Attack of the Clones and here in Revenge of the Sith, I think it's all gold, and I'll challenge anybody on that. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, Ewan is outstanding, particularly in this final sequence where he is kind of the last line, the last man standing, the one person who can stop his brother, the man who would become this ultimate evil. But, just like it was killing Anakin to, commit all these evil actions in the name of getting the power he thought he needed, it's killing Obi-Wan to have to be the one to do this. He straight up tells Yoda, I can't do this. I cannot kill Anakin. And the fact that he ultimately gets himself into a position where he thinks he has to, because he doesn't see any chance to bring him back in this moment. It's subtle, but you can see the moment when he recognizes that, like when Vader is coming at him on the lava river, and Obi-Wan is making that last ditch, belief, and then he finally is like, well, then you are lost. But even then, he still doesn't want to do it. And that's why the line, when he gets to the bank and he has the famous moment of "It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground," which has become beloved.
I have to say one more thing on account of my dad, and this is completely different from like the other reasons why this line has become famous over the years. Like for everybody else, this is just the Obi-Wan line, I have the high ground. And, but for me, this goes all the way back to when I was younger, and Dad and I used to watch the movie Gettysburg together. And there's a scene in this movie where General Buford, played by the great Sam Elliott, is talking about when the Confederate Army is going to arrive, either later in the day or the next day. I don't remember. And he's like, and Lee's army is going to arrive, and it'll be the devil to pay, and then they'll have the high ground. And he says, and he says this like a few times, where he puts a lot of emphasis on the high ground. And and so the minute that when I saw this movie, and the moment when Obi-Wan says, "It's over, Anakin, I have the high ground," that's all I could think about. And today I was watching this, and he says that line, and my dad says, "This isn't the Civil War, buddy." And so that's all I will ever think about with that line. And so, yeah, no, that was a lot of fun today.
Yeah, no, the Civil War comes later. That's the original trilogy era. But I think that I've always loved the fact that like this is how the duel ends, because it is actually a moment of tactical strategy. Like it's Obi-Wan is desperate to stop the fight because he doesn't want to kill Anakin, but he's right that like attacking the height with somebody who has like a position like this is not the smart thing to do in this moment. And it underscores the fact that Anakin is so blinded by rage that he can't see that. And it's because one of the things is always like, well, how does Obi-Wan beat Anakin, and how does he beat him, several other times throughout it's because Anakin is stronger in the Force. He is a better lightsaber duelist than Obi-Wan. If this fight were to continue on and on over level ground, eventually Anakin would have overwhelmed and killed Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan wins because he knows Anakin, he knows his instincts, he knows like how to, be subtle about it. Like there are other ways to fight, and that's one of the brilliances of the scene.
And Obi-Wan learns from the past, and he observes mistakes that other people make. In this case, he remembers what he did in a similar situation, and the thing that Darth Maul did not do, and now he's going to do that thing. And this will not be the last time he takes a lesson from Darth Maul. And in the later case, it will work to Maul's detriment.
Yes, indeed. And I love that thematic through line back to the Phantom Menace, that, as you said, he's learned from his mistakes and the mistakes of his enemies, and Anakin has not, and that is why, as in the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, and when he has the line, "You're a great warrior, Anakin, but your need to prove yourself is your undoing. Until you overcome it, a Padawan you will always be." That is, we see that lesson play out here, because Anakin makes a rather foolish choice to try to take on Obi-Wan in this moment, because he just can't stand the idea that Obi-Wan has the high ground on him, yes, literally and also metaphorically, and he wants to, cut him down, because he is again trying to justify his path here from his idea that, from my point of view, the Jedi are evil. He's again lying to himself, because that's what he has to believe in this moment. But the fact that Obi-Wan, is staring at him like his former master, this embodiment of everything he has now turned his back on, he can't stand it. He has to end it. And it's the thing that, breaks him in this moment, because Obi-Wan, uses that moment to maim him terribly and then leave him for dead to burn on the banks of the river, and thinks he's killed him. But it is so crucial, in my view, that even in this moment, when it seems like Anakin is, doomed for sure, Obi-Wan cannot bring himself to do that killing blow, to be absolutely 100% sure, because this has destroyed him to do this. He did not want to do this, and that's why that scene, the famous scene, is like one of the most raw emotional moments in the entire movie, when he's screaming at Anakin, "You were the chosen one. It was said that you would bring balance to the Force. Said you would destroy the Sith, not join them. Bring balance to the Force, not leave it in darkness." And he can't believe it's come to this. He can't believe that, his brother has fallen so far. But even then, he can't end it. He has to, for his own good, walk away. And then, of course, we get the hammer line where Anakin screams that he hates him, and then Obi-Wan just tells him, "You were my brother, Anakin. I loved you." And that line has always broken my heart, from the moment I saw it. And I think from now, because for Obi-Wan to say that openly to Anakin, you get the sense that he's never said that before. And for him to say it now, in this moment, when Anakin has become lost to him, it's just the most devastating thing you could imagine for the way that these characters have ended their relationship for now, and will now, going forward, be enemies.
Oh, man. And it's again interesting looking at how storytelling evolves. Back in 2005, this was all she wrote until they meet back up again in 1977. Of course, now we've gotten another addition to the saga, and and a slight addendum to that. But now one can't help but think of everything you were just talking about, the fact that Obi-Wan can't bring himself to be, to deliver a final blow. And I think it's much the same when they meet up again, even when he very decidedly defeats, Vader later on down the line. And even when he's then convinced of the fact that Anakin is gone, but he still, can't be the one to then deliver the final blow to what remains. And I think that's a big part of their story and his character and sort of the love that he had for Anakin. Uh, I think that's a big part right there. And it's just it's the tragic bromance of them all. And yeah.
And it's compounded by the fact that, as Obi-Wan tells Anakin in this scene, he feels that he has failed Anakin. He feels that, that Anakin falling is ultimately his fault because he wasn't there to provide him what he needed, even though he tries in his own way throughout the prequel movies and the Clone Wars, and even in some of the deleted scenes where we see that he actually does understand that, Anakin and Padme are in love and that Anakin is going through this conflict, and he's not going to tell the council about it, but he still can't bring himself to talk to Anakin about it openly because he is such the quintessential Jedi, and he's realizing that that is part of the reason he's lost Anakin here, and the weight of that guilt and believing that that guilt is, that he killed Anakin in this moment, even though he didn't deliver the final blow, is the reason why when we meet him 10 years later in Obi-Wan Kenobi, he's an absolute wreck. And that's why I think that chapter is so essential to get him from there to A New Hope, because ultimately Obi-Wan needed to realize what he does in that show, that Anakin fell because of his own choices, and Obi-Wan, he certainly could have been there for him more, but he does not bear responsibility for the creation of Darth Vader in that way. That blame lies on Anakin. Oh well. And
something I also want to talk about, and I hope people don't feel like we've talked too much about this movie only in relation to other things that came later, but this is sort of part of the nature of the Star Wars franchise, is that everything is always informed by something else, and and it's because it's a huge tapestry. I think it's almost inevitable. But I was just thinking about the fact that at the end of this movie, when we see Luke and Leia being split up and taken, I could not help but think of the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, and especially when we see Alderaan, and we see Bail, and what's his wife's name, Brea, and and then her holding Leia, and I automatically thought of little mischievous Leia from from Obi-Wan Kenobi, and I don't think I'm ever not going to be able to think about that. And then same thing goes with on the Lars Homestead. I thought, oh, now we've seen those characters older, and so I saw Owen, and automatically I just thought of like you taught his father. It's so that's so tied to these moments, and so I love that, and and I guess this is a good moment to, we've obviously mentioned a lot of moments with her, but and we talked about the emotion behind her performance. I do want to give a little bit of time just to devote to Natalie Portman and Padme in this movie, because George gets a lot of grief for how he handled Padme in this movie, and I'm certainly not going to say that I don't think that's unfounded at all. But at the same time, I want to stand up for Padme a bit in this movie as well, because as I think she displays a lot of strength in this movie. And I think that, you talked about the tragedy of Anakin's story being the fact that he's given an off ramp at many points in this movie in the form of pleas from those who love him. And of course, the other big tragedy is that if only Ahsoka had been able to be one of those other people, maybe she could have gotten through to him. But I think that's one of the most beautiful and horribly sad moments of this movie is, a moment that we just talked about a little while ago, where Padme goes to Anakin and pleads with him, and and says, the "you're breaking my heart" scene, which I actually think is beautiful and heartbreaking, um, and and I think that that's an incredibly, like, someone who, in the face of the knowledge of what he's doing in that moment, and she has more knowledge about other things that he's done as well, but she is trying her damnedest to bring him back from the brink. And I think that, the fact that that takes a lot of courage in that moment. That's when that goes back to that moment that I talked about earlier before she gets off the ship, and that sort of breath that she takes of knowing what's ahead. And so I think she's dealing with a lot in this movie. And do I wish that the stuff with the seeds of the rebellion stuff were in there? Yeah, that would be nice. But I don't think that she is, like, somehow just, reduced to a weak character or anything without that stuff. I actually think that, that, as I said before, I think she demonstrates a lot of strength in this movie, and it's just sort of inevitable in my mind that in a story that is predominantly deals with Anakin's downfall and the end of the war, it's like Padme is not like a soldier in the army, so she's not going to be like, we're not going to have the character in the front lines or anything like that. And the main sort of thrust of the narrative is Anakin succumbing to the dark side. So she's sort of inevitably going to play into trying to dissuade him from that, and I think it's beautifully portrayed in that scene, and so. And I feel like the Seeds of the Rebellion stuff that was deleted from the film, and which, by the way, that other version of the movie that I talked about earlier, that also includes those scenes if you want to check that out. But that does also feel like a sort of added on, and then, you can see why that stuff was removed, because it's not part of the, like, main plot of the film.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's, at the end of the day, George probably wrote himself into a corner with Padme, and probably even he probably wishes he did something more with her in this movie. But I don't want. But I feel like I want to defend her place in this film, even while acknowledging that, yes, it would have been nice if there was a more active role for her, but I don't feel like she's inactive in this story. I think she plays a very vital role in this, and it's the tragedy is that she doesn't get through to Anakin.
Yeah, I'm of two minds about Padme in this movie. I absolutely love what's there. I love the story, even though it's one of the more heartbreaking things in the entire saga for me. And I think Natalie Portman's performance is great. But I also can acknowledge that I do wish that there was a little bit more there in certain respects. You mentioned, like, her subplot, the delegation of 2000, where she is gathering up a group of senators along with Bail Organa and Mon Mothma to kind of protest Palpatine's constant amendments to the Constitution and try to make a last stand for democracy. I do wish those were in the movie. Added together, those scenes are like would have added only like 5 minutes to the wrong time. I don't think there's so much of a distraction away from Anakin's story that they shouldn't have, that they were necessary to cut. I would have, kept them in. As far as I'm concerned, those scenes still happen because there's nothing in the movie that contradicts them. It just wasn't something we got to see on screen, and the scenes are available to watch on like the special features and such. So, but yes, it would have been cool to see the Padme as like one of the forerunners of the rebellion, with Bail and Mon who go on to be the leaders of that organization for a time. And knowing that Padme was in it from the start was something that is actually very important, because it kind of speaks to the arc that she's been going throughout these movies, as the champion of democracy and the one who always wanted to listen to what the other side was going to say, so that she could try to find a peaceful solution, and only fighting when she had to. Ultimately, like, we knew that her story was going to have to end in tragedy. We always did. We knew from the original trilogy that she died when, as Leia said, when she was very young. We had always interpreted that meant, oh, maybe she lived like another couple years after the events of this movie, and she like spent time with Leia on Alderaan, and we could have seen that story. But I personally think that where some of the frustration for Padme's story comes in is, yes, she's not wielding a blaster in this movie like she was in the first two movies. She's pregnant, she's fully in her capacity as a senator, and she is watching her husband, slip away before her eyes. And so her conflict is much more of an emotional one. And I think that people who rightly see Padme as a strong role model are frustrated with that. I'm frustrated with that for her. I just don't think it's a move to merit on the movie, because I'm like, this is, part of the tragedy of the story, an inherent tragedy of what happens to all of these characters. And for Padme, who had been, as we said, Palpatine's ideological foil throughout this movie, for Palpatine to ultimately triumph so utterly by taking away the one thing that Padme, who was always devoted to her duty above all else, allowed herself to have as hers, her relationship and her love for Anakin, and for Palpatine to take that from her and that be how he destroys her, because he couldn't always beat her in the political arena. I find that, again, to be such a more insidious and evil way for him to engineer her downfall. And the thing about it is that, like, ultimately it is Anakin's fault that Padme dies. And I get why people get frustrated with that, because we don't want to believe that such a strong character would ultimately end her story in this way. I know there was a rumor in the early part of the production that Padme was going to pull a knife or a blaster on Anakin and try to kill them. Some people would have preferred that. I'm glad they took that out, because ultimately what I find more rewarding is that they took it out to preserve her final line. There's good in him. I know there's still good in him.
Yeah.
And because that is the essential through line that will carry through to the original trilogy. And it's, in retrospect, one of the things that I find most rewarding about, Luke and Luke's belief in that, in Anakin's possibility for redemption, because even though Luke, by his own admission, never really knew his mother, he is her son in that way, because he believes what she believed, that Anakin could be saved, even after everything that he had done. And it's his strength of will and his compassion that comes in many ways from her that allows him to do what no one thought was possible. What Obi-Wan didn't believe, what Yoda didn't believe, what the entire galaxy didn't believe, what Anakin himself didn't believe. Luke believed it because, he got that belief from Padme. And I think that is so important and so tragic, because ultimately the big problem for people who have have Padme's death in this movie being of a broken heart, I think that it operates on multiple levels. On the one hand, I just want to clear up something medical. Medically, this is a real thing. There is a real condition called Takotsubo's cardiomyopathy, or stress cardiomyopathy, that is basically known in the medicine as broken heart syndrome. It is very real, and people do die of it, having been brought on by intense, sudden grief. So people are like, it's not possible to die of a broken heart. That's just wrong. I do think, is that a narratively satisfying way for Padme to die? In many ways, no. It's meant to enrage us and frustrate us and just, devastate us. But I think that that's part of the intention. That, that ultimately, like, it's not the fact that, like, when Anakin, in one of the darkest moments in the entirety of the Star Wars history, chokes her. I think it's important that she doesn't die because he, like, crushed her throat, or that Palpatine sapped his her force will from a distance and used it to keep Anakin going. The devastation of this loss and the stress of losing her republic and everything that she loved, it ultimately is what, dooms her in a very operatic way. And I also get that people are like, well, how she had the twins to live for, how could she, allow herself to die like this? I don't think she allows herself to die, no matter what the medical droid says. I think once this chain of events was set in motion, she, and she experienced this tragic loss, it just made thematic and narrative sense for this to be her end, and for us to actually see her die and not have her die off screen a couple years later, even if it creates a canon question where, how does Leia remember her mother? Well, she remembers her through the Force. That's how. I am frustrated with Padme's death because I think I'm supposed to be frustrated with it, because to lose a character that we love this much in this way, it hurts, and it should hurt. But I don't want to take away from anyone who thinks like, oh, this was a bad way for her to die. I mean, because I think it comes from a place of love for Padme as a character. We wanted better for her, but in the nature of this story, which has this tragic, mythic inevitability to it, I have to admit, I'm hard pressed to think of a way I would have rather seen her go. Like, I did not want her to die like a violent death in that, but I think ultimately it makes more sense that she falls in this way, even though it breaks my heart to see it happen.
I will admit and say, even though I don't think that there's any world in which anybody would say that it's canon, I'll say, okay, I think this will be one of those moments where I, divert from you a little bit and say that I have explored the possibility in my own head canon that there are some Palpatine shenanigans as a part of Padme dying, but not because I'm looking for a way to like make it so that she didn't die of a broken heart or what have you, but because I think it's exactly the kind of thing that Palpatine would have done, and but then there is a part of me that's like, but that's also me trying to figure out a way in which Padme would have lived if it was at all within her control. There's a line from Queen Shadow in the epilogue where Sabe says she wouldn't just die. And I think of two things with that. One is that sort of feeds into my headcanon of like, no, she wouldn't have. But also, I think it also speaks to what you were saying, though. that's also giving voice to that sort of frustration that I think we're meant to feel, of that this person who was so full of life, and um, that they didn't, that this was not the fate that they deserved, and Padme was someone who should have gone on living, um, and yeah, and as far as the why does Leia uh, remember Padme? My of course, my alternate thing has always been, well, that's because Sabe raised her on helped raise her on Alderaan, and I have not seen that disproven yet. But no, seriously, yes, it's because she sensed her through the Force, and you know, and all that stuff. That's just my, you know, me trying to uh, up Kira's prominence in the Star Wars mythos. Um, but yeah, no. So it's one of those things that I'm always going to be conflicted about, but I also, um, I just don't want people to underappreciate Padme's strength of character in this film, because I think she exhibits amazing strength and bravery throughout it.
Yeah, no, I mean there are many ways to fight, as Obi-Wan says, and I think that Padme's choice to try and fight in this movie with her compassion, with her love for Anakin, by trying constantly to be there for him, you know, at every moment, you know, when Anakin is going through this tortured conflict, it's not like Padme is like, oh, I'm too busy with senatorial politics. I'm gonna, you know, I can't talk about this right now. She always listens to him. She's always there trying to reassure him. And the great tragedy is that he ultimately like is so consumed by his fear that he doesn't listen to her, even though he says that, you know, she's the most important person in his world, and to his mind, you know, she is. Like, he is ultimately being wrapped up by the prospect is that he says he can't live without her, so she must live. And one of the absolute greatest tragedies throughout the entirety of the saga, and one of the things that I think is paid off beautifully in The Rise of Skywalker, when we see how Ben Solo was able to save Rey after her sacrifice by giving his life for hers, is the idea that Anakin falls in this way in the original Skywalker, you know, line because he was so convinced that he needed power in order to save Padme. And she tells him in that scene where she's desperately pleading with him to come back, Anakin, all I want is your love. And as I've gone back and rewatched the entire saga, you know, Anakin responds, love won't save you, Padme. Only my new powers can do that. And the more I think about just the overall story from 1 to 9, the greatest tragedy of it is that Padme was right there. Love would have been enough. It would have been enough if Anakin had been, you know, willing to love her more selflessly and possibly even give his life for hers. But that's why it's like she didn't need to die. You know, she died because of Anakin's choices in that way. And it's kind of not to turn this into a Rise of Skywalker discussions, one of the things that I find most beautiful about Ben Solo's end is, like he said, keeps saying, I will finish what my grandfather started. I will do what he could not. And then in the end, he does, because he recognizes, you know, the idea of selfless love, and that love is enough to save the woman that he loves, even at the cost of his own life.
And as we're talking about this, I also want to go back to, you know, this movie has a lot of what I would label as sort of dark humor. Which is the fact that I love that Palpatine makes this whole, you know, promise early on about telling the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise, and you know, talking about these powers to, you know, save those he loved from dying. And then I love that when Anakin falls to his knees and says, I will do whatever you ask, just help me save Padme's life. And then Palpatine says, to cheat death is a secret only one has achieved. But I know if we work together, we can discover its secrets. And so it's like, dude, you can't even do the thing that you said you could do if I just like swore to you.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
No, I was going to say that is the trap. That is the lie of the dark side. You know, that he's promising him this power that is theoretically possible, but is beyond reach. It needs a little bit more time to cook with that dark science and cloning over on Mount Tantus and Exegol. But he left that part out, you know, because ultimately what he really needs is for Anakin to need him, to need what he possesses in that knowledge. But he just gives him that knowledge, then Anakin will be like, well, that's what I needed. Now, why do I need you? And even then, we can see that like Anakin is already at the point by Revenge, by the scene on Mustafar when he's like, I'm more powerful than the Chancellor. I can overthrow him, and together you and I can rule the galaxy. Because this is the trap and the lie of the dark side, that you think that it ultimately its promises will turn to ash in your mouth.
And of course, that whole beat is, of course, setting up, the finale of Empire Strikes Back when Vader extends his hand to Luke and is, basically says the same thing. We can overthrow the Emperor, and then you and I can rule the galaxy side by side as father and son. And yeah, it's not going to work out for you, Vader. Oh God, it's just the hubris on display is just. So I do say, you say that Palpatine gets everything he wants, except he prefer that, Vader isn't burned to a crisp by the end of the movie. But I actually think that that's a very big, stumbling block to his plans. Like he plans on having the apprentice to end all apprentices, someone who's not only firmly under his control, but is in peak physical condition and can do the impossible. And so I do feel like that Obi-Wan really throws a wrench in a really big part of his plans here. So things don't go off quite the way he wants them to. But I feel like that's the entire story of Palpatine's downfall, is that people keep throwing wrenches in his plans. Starting off with Phantom Menace, where he had the badass apprentice in Maul. And then, lost him. I'm going to have to put up with this, sort of the standby apprentice in Dooku until I can get Skywalker. And then, yes, I've got Skywalker. I'm unstoppable. Damn you, Kenobi. And of course we talked about how Padme is a thorn in his side all throughout, the Clone Wars and before that. And then later on down the line, the Bad Batch is going to be a thorn in his side, as they're going to put the kibosh on his resurrection plans, and it's just Palpatine's story is one of, people he underestimates really screwing up his plans.
And I think that's part of the brilliance of Palpatine as a character. It's not that he's all-seeing and all-knowing, even though he claims to be, that everything is proceeding as I have foreseen. I think it's that he is a master manipulator and is able to adapt to every situation that he is faced with. There has been an eternal debate about whether or not he throws the fight against Mace Windu to try and win Anakin Skywalker. My interpretation of that scene, and again, this is mine, it's never been definitively established. My establishes that no, in terms of the raw lightsaber part of the duel, Mace just straight up beats him. I do think that, like, if he didn't know Anakin was on the way, he probably would have been a little bit more forceful in, like, just trying to kill Windu, like, using his power. But I think Windu actually beats him in the lightsaber duel. And it's meant to show that, no, like, Palpatine was right to fear the Jedi and fear this guy. Like, but the reason he's won is because he planned for this contingency, and now he knows he has an ace in the hole in Anakin and the kind of emotional manipulations he's put in place. And the thing about, like, you know, we talked about in the Clone Wars, every time someone like Padme throws a wrench into his plans, he, like, seethes for a little bit, but then he figured out a way to make it work for him. And in this movie, it almost all works for him. Even Vader getting burned, you know, it's a setback to him because he wanted the apprentice to end all apprentices. You know, there's been a lot of, like, fan art out there about, like, how powerful and awesome suitless Vader would have been. And you can see, you know, why. He would have probably made quick work of Palpatine eventually. But Palpatine's like, well, now I have another way to kind of keep him under my boot for eternity, you know, until I can find somebody else, like, say, his son down the line. Because Anakin is ultimately not able now to, you know, he loses some of his power when he gets so terribly injured.
I will say I'd be really interested to read a story where we sort of get a peek inside Palpatine's head about what his plans might have been, like, pre-discovering, you know, that the children of Anakin Skywalker are still alive. Like, because he had to have, like, some notion of, like, down the line he's got to get somebody better than Vader, and so, you know, that would be really interesting to see what his, you know, machinations were at that point. But because he had a lot of years to think about that, so I'm sure he had some plans. But then as soon as he hears about, you know, Luke Skywalker, he's like, there we go.
But it also plays into the constant game of the Sith, and I think they do go into this in some canon storytelling between the prequels and the original trilogy, that, like, one of the ways Palpatine kind of keeps Vader under his thrall is he's constantly testing him. And he's basically, like, putting him up against other adversaries who is, like, and it's basically the same thing. It's like, well, if Vader can kill this guy, then he is, you know, he's proving he's still powerful, he's still worthy of being my apprentice. And if he doesn't, then I'll start over from scratch. But I do think, and it's, you know, it's part of the design of that, like, ultimately the ideal of the rule of two would be that, like, you know, Sidious would welcome the idea that eventually Vader would be strong enough to overpower him and kill him, and then, you know, continue the Sith legacy. But Palpatine ultimately never wants to give up that power. And even if, you know, one of the things the Rise of Skywalker introduces is the idea that even if Vader had struck him down, Palpatine may have, you know, tried to, like, still control him through this, you know, this ritual that he is planning, that he later has for Rey.
Yeah, that's why people were like, doesn't it seem like way too early for Palpatine to already be thinking about, you know, creepy resurrections? I'm like, no, because he's a Sith, and every day that, you know, that he's in control is just another day Vader potentially is planning to, you know, to usurp that position. And that's something that Palpatine never wants to have happen. And he's also honestly worried about, you know, the people as well that's rising up against him. So, you know, and that's the thing. That's the thing about dictatorships, is that they're never quite secure in their positions, you know, and they've always got to have an ace up their sleeve, and this was Palpatine's, and you know, and he may be a Sith, but he's not looking to acquiesce to the rule of two. He's, you know, he's always going to be the one on top.
Yeah, but there's that great line from Nemec's speech in Andor that, you know, tyranny is brittle and unnatural, and eventually there will be acts that overflow the banks, and just one thing will, you know, be the thing that causes it to break. And ultimately, we see that with the rebellion, and then we also see that when Palpatine returns in The Rise of Skywalker, and finally the citizens of the galaxy all rise up and say, no, never again. So I think
are you saying that there's connections between serious Star Wars and pulpy Star Wars?
Oh yeah, they are many and manifest. And if you just are able to look past the superficial of the idea that like this Star Wars is for adults and this Star Wars is for kids, you might actually see them as opposed to going and making all an angry YouTube rant. So I think that it's one of the reasons I find the tension between like the dark, gritty, Star Wars and the pulpy Star Wars like frustrating, but also kind of ridiculous because there are like it's like this, it's been also stated like this is a classic grand operatic George Lucas Star Wars, with weird creatures and aliens and like, but it's clearly the darkest Star Wars movie by far. We watch a man have all his limbs cut off and get burned, to near death, and a government falls and becomes a fascist, empire. So it's not what and even in serious Andor, we still got Dewey and Freedy talking about no biggie dinner for us tonight, eh, Freedy? Which I love so much. So the tension is part of the point, and I think that it's this. I mean, it's also like one thing we should mention, like just for historical sake, is like this was the first Star Wars movie ever to be rated PG-13, and you can see why. So it's even George Lucas knew that he needed to take a darker tone for this one to really convey the tragedy and the scale of the stories, even if it's not gritty Star Wars, where like gritty Star Wars would have been when we go into the Jedi Temple, we actually see Anakin cut the heads off 50 Jedi, which I think some people wanted. I think it was probably smart for George Lucas not to show.
I think it's like even more haunting just to have, Master Skywalker, what are we going to do? Ignite the lightsaber and then cut away. I find that, even more haunting than any, violence that we would have seen on screen. I just thought that was very effective and very chilling. I remember when I saw it in theaters, I was like, shit, Lucas isn't playing around. Yeah. So, but it's so funny. I'd completely forgotten that this was rated PG-13, but you're absolutely right. Which of course it had to be. And it's funny because when I was watching this today, in that first sequence of the film with rescuing Palpatine, I was like, oh yeah, the comedy is laid on quite a bit thick in this early sequence. And I'm like, but you see why that's done, because, you got to give the kids something early on in the movie, because you're asking a lot of the younger audience in this movie to go along on this journey that gets really dark by the end of this movie. And so, give them some fun right off the bat.
No, and the thing is, it's one of the triumphs of this movie to me that, until we get to the final act when it's really all like grand operatic, tradition, there are still moments of humor and grace and empathy and kindness like seeded throughout this movie where that make you realize that this is ultimately still a morality tale for that a younger audience is meant to understand. And like when I saw this movie, I was 15 years old, so I would have I was within that target age demographic. But I think that part of it is that if you're gonna this is probably one of the more essential lessons for the kids to learn, even if they don't understand it at the time, the idea that like even good people can become evil if they allow certain things like their fear and their selfishness and greed to to rule them. We to really hammer that lesson home, we needed to see it, and we needed to see it happen to the greatest of the Jedi, because in the original trilogy, Luke is tempted by the dark side, but ultimately he resists it, and it's a triumph for us to see him when he throws away his lightsaber. But if you don't get the other side of the story, you may not realize that, well, of course, Luke was able to do that. He's just a Jedi, and he's just a good person. Anakin was a good person too. Anakin was, ruled by fear, and but he was ruled by fear, and he could have resisted the dark side, just as Luke could have fallen. And it's the choices that they make that are the essential, lessons that we needed to see. I know, from just speaking from my own personal experience, this movie is the movie that taught me that you need to be able, if you're going to love somebody, you need to be able to actually love them selflessly and not try, not hold on to them because you're scared to lose them. And I think that's part of Yoda has that line to Anakin earlier in the movie when he's telling him, train yourself to let go of everything that you fear to lose. Death is a natural part of life. And that's not what Anakin needs to hear in that moment, but Yoda's not inherently wrong there. He is telling Anakin, indirectly that you cannot operate in such a way where, that you cannot lose, you cannot lose this person. And Anakin himself had that speech in Attack of the Clones where he talked about passion being unconditional love, and ultimately he loses sight of that, which is part of his tragedy.
I've always thought that, what Yoda says there, it's in line with Jedi philosophy, but his timing and method of delivery is severely wanting.
Okay.
Maybe say it in a different way. If you're even paying attention to Anakin a little bit, you can probably tell that that's not exactly how he needs to hear this message at this specific time.
And that's absolutely right. And that's part of the tragedy, and that's part of what Yoda's failings in this movie, because ultimately Yoda does fail, but it's because. And this is an area where, having now again seen the Clone Wars and that arc where Yoda undergoes, is learning how to become one with the Force, he now has those teachings in mind, and he has learned, the idea of you need to be able to let, be selfless and let these things, go. So he's trying to pass that wisdom on to Anakin, but as you said, a little bit more direct empathy was probably what Anakin needed, and that's part of the flaws of the Jedi, is that they're so afraid of, these attachments that could go bad, that they lack that emotional intelligence at this time. And it's the reason that Anakin doesn't feel he can talk to them, or even Obi-Wan, and it's part of the reason that he finds himself so alone and lost and prime fodder for Palpatine's manipulations.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out when I feel like Yoda actually learns from this mistake, because he sort of makes some of the same mistakes with Luke, in terms of, when Luke has his own premonitions. But I feel, at least by the time Last Jedi comes around, it's all finally sunk in, and especially with the whole we are what they grow beyond, and so yeah, it's that's why even somebody as, a Jedi as great as Yoda, he's not infallible. He makes a lot of mistakes, and and I think that's a very valuable part of the story, that shows us that that people make mistakes, and we need to learn. You need to learn from those mistakes, and not just keep perpetuating the same things over and over again. And I think that's, when we get further down the line in the movies, we'll talk about Luke and Luke's strength of character, even though he's someone who again makes mistakes later in life, but he also hears what his mentors are telling him, and has he takes all of that in, and some things he should maybe have listened to his to his detriment in movies like Empire Strikes Back. But there are also things that they say to him, which once he has learned those lessons, he says, "Nah, actually, you're wrong about that, and this is actually what we should be doing." And that's actually, once he has learned from his own mistakes, thus far at least, then he's able to say, "This is how I'm going to approach my father," and that's when we get the through line from Padme to him, and to bring it back home to this movie. Like, I think that again is speaks to the strength of Padme's character, that when she's gone through everything that she's gone through, her very last line is, "There is still good in him." And that, even though, yes, she doesn't get to say that directly to Luke doesn't know her, but just as we can infer that, Leia remembers Padme through the Force, we can also infer that this sort of message, of that there's still good in Anakin, not only is passed on because there's so much of Leia in Luke, but also there's a little Force magic there too, that maybe that finds its way to Luke as, as something that his mother deeply believed in. And I like to believe that we can infer that as a final victory for Padme. That part of her lives on through her son, and her son brings Anakin back.
Yeah, no, I always have, it's easy in the original trilogy contest to focus on Luke and Vader and Luke and Anakin because, as Luke being Anakin's son, because they both followed the Jedi path. And I feel that Leia, people find it easy to connect her to Padme because they're both politicians and they both have that immense strength of will. But I always do love to go back to moments like this and appreciate that Luke is very much Padme's son, and the best of her lives on in him, just as Leia is very much Anakin's daughter. And, that kind of, spirit and intensity in that wonderful scene from Obi-Wan Kenobi that we always talk about.
So, I think one of the things that I love so much about that show and the portrayal of Leia is that, yes, we can go back to the original trilogy and look at Leia and intellectually be like, or both Luke and Leia, and be like, those are Anakin and Padme's children. Leia is, Padme's daughter, and all that. But because we've already known Leia as an established character going all the way back to our childhoods, a character as played by Carrie Fisher, someone who was established long before the prequels, there's a certain solidity there that predates any of that stuff. But to actually get to see little Leia in Obi-Wan Kenobi, for the first time, I was like, "Oh, I get it. This is Anakin and Padme's daughter."
Yeah.
And it was just so much fun to see this child that had so many of both of their qualities. And you could look at and be like, "Yep, there it is." So yeah, that's why I said I can't watch that scene, those moments on both Alderaan and Tatooine at the end of the film now without thinking about the Obi-Wan Kenobi show, because now we've actually gotten to see them as little kids, and I really hope that Vivian Lyra Blair gets to reprise her role as Leia at some point.
I do too. Episode 3.5 of the Skywalker saga, as I like to call it.
Yeah, I'm just going to run through some moments that some screen caps that I took that things we didn't discuss. I will say, even though I know there's jokes to be made about the hairstyle harking back to Leia, but I do have to say that I think that Natalie Portman just looks out of this world gorgeous in this scene.
Oh,
I think we restrained ourselves a little bit on this stream, but I'm just trying to get it out there. I mean, just like both other films and every other film she's done. Oh my God, she's just gorgeous.
yeah. No, Anakin says in that scene on the balcony, just, "You are so beautiful." And again, no lies detected. You know, as this is the truth of it. And the fact is that like she has a kind of angelic quality to her about her in this scene, because you know this is this is the picture of what Anakin fears to lose, like this intimacy that he has with her, this you know this deep and abiding connection, this very real love that they share, and now the prospect of a growing family. Like it's meant to it's hard to remember, but like we at back in like the original trilogy era, there was a question of the fact about whether Anakin even knew that Padme was pregnant at all, or if he'd left her to go to the dark side before then. The fact that he knows that she's pregnant, and that like they have at least one, potentially twins, coming, and the fact that that's part of what catalyzes his fear to the dark side, and it makes the entire saga feel that much more rich, given what we know from the original trilogy. Like, because it's not just her that he's fearing to lose. He's fearing to lose this idea of the child, and then he thinks it's lost to him. And then when he learns that Luke at least is alive in Return of the Jedi, you can see how he would just desperately cling to that as, or in the Empire Strikes Back, I should say, as the prospect of an idea that, like, no, this has not been lost to me. I can still, I can still have this connection. Of course, by then it's become twisted into I can have my son rule the galaxy with me. But like what we see over time, that like this is actually born of his very real like love and loss for the family, that he could have had.
Yeah, I did want to mention just about this scene. I was thinking about it as I was watching the film today. Talking about the actors' performances, I actually really love their performances in this scene, because I think they were probably coming back to this movie after Attack of the Clones came out, and probably aware of some of the criticisms of the love story. But I thought they did such a great job in this scene of communicating that these are two people deeply in love. And from this scene, like, if I didn't feel really connected to the reality of their love in Attack of the Clones, that was sort of wiped away with this scene. Because I thought that they were really convincing about being truly deeply in love with each other. So, and I love like when Anakin smiles after learning that Padme is pregnant. I just think it's one of his most authentic moments of sort of this, the push and pull between being really worried because this is potentially, a problem, but also the woman that he loves is pregnant with their child, and he's actually over the moon, really happy about that. And I think it's like it's Anakin at his happiest.
Yeah.
And I think that Hayden just did such a great job of delivering that. And and Natalie's great too in the scene, and like I said, she just absolutely looks amazing. So yeah, great scene. I love that one. And then I'm just gonna pop this up really quick. What about the droid attack on the Wookiees? Now we're just gonna go through all the memes. Which, by the way, like I won't get into specifics. He's popped up in another Star Wars thing that took me by surprise, and didn't even know it was him. I just thought there was another alien race, and another member of his race that looked like him. But I guess there can really only be one Kiadi Mundi. So
Oh, and if you miss the controversy surrounding his appearance in that show, then you are the smarter for it because
Oh yeah, I have not been on social media at all, and I'm so happy. Like, because I've seen I've gotten glimpses of user ratings, and I've heard, far off whispers of topics of conversation. I'm like, yep, nope, I'm fine being spared all that.
Yep.
And of course, you are on this council, but we do not grant you the rank of master. Oh, Samuel.
This is his best movie as Mace, even though he is still like ultimately quite stiff and rule following, but I do think we get to see more of like his behind the stoic mask of Mace Windu when he starts to realize just how precarious everything is, like the moment when he's questioning and admitting he may not trust Anakin, and then also the moment where when Anakin another thing in development I really love, when Anakin goes and actually confesses to Mace, like, hey, Palpatine's a Sith Lord, and and in that moment Mace is like, of course, he has the great reaction, a Sith Lord, which is not the best moment of acting, but I always find it amusing.
Not my favorite Mace moment. I'll just say, but it is kind of hilarious in an unintentional way, and I hope nobody will give me grief over enjoying that for the wrong reasons. But like a Sith Lord.
It was not that smooth, but like I do love the idea that Anakin still, even though he and Mace do not have the greatest relationship, he still goes to him in that moment, and that Mace listens to him and believes him, and then but of course then he doesn't let him come with him, and that opens up the trust wound again. And
but
Mace
he's not wrong about that. Like,
no, he's not.
Absolutely the right call to say, you stay here.
Yeah. I mean, like, if they believe in the prophecy of the chosen one, maybe that could have been Anakin's moment. But like when Mace tells him, if what you've told me is true, you will have gained my trust, is like actually a nice moment for him. But it also is telling him clearly, I don't trust you now. So makes it, when Anakin, ultimately makes his decision, that much more, heartbreaking. But then in the scene when they actually are having their confrontation with Palpatine, we can see that, like, Mace understands the stakes and how important this is, and like when he's pleading with Anakin, don't listen to him, it's not just because he doesn't want him to turn on him in that moment. He's like, this is the man who's destroyed everything that we're searching for, and his decision to try and he's not wrong. He has control of the Senate and the courts. His decision to try and execute Palpatine makes total and complete sense, but it's also a failure. Because of
but again, it's a mistake of timing. It's like Mace is really in a precarious situation there, and he should realize that.
Yeah.
So like maybe just put off the execution for like 5 minutes. Just at least make a proper show of like putting him into custody, and then who's to say what happens when the guards turn around. But no, there's so much building up to that moment, like outside of the context of this movie. Which some people may say, oh, I think we did everything we need within this movie. But then if you watched Mace throughout the Clone Wars, read Dark Disciple, and the stuff building up to that, and even though I haven't read it myself yet, I understand that Shatterpoint really builds a lot into Mace's character, even though yes, it's Legends now, but it's all part of the same soup, as far as I'm concerned. And so I don't know. I will say I've never really been. I said this on the last stream. I've never been really the biggest fan of the film live action version of Mace. I think he's a bit too much of a dick. but what are you gonna do? That's who he is, and and he's doing everything he can to to save the Republic. And like you said, he is making the correct, decision in, like, just getting rid of Palpatine. He just, in the heat of the moment, he doesn't realize that, you know, he'd be protecting himself by at least putting up a show of due process for a couple minutes. Which is so funny that, we're cheering for, no, just execute him. But,
It's an interesting moral dilemma that the movie poses, but that's why it's effective, because we are here. The Jedi are, right. They shouldn't execute an unarmed, prisoner, no matter what he's done. But of course, the thing is, Palpatine isn't truly unarmed in this scene. He is he's playing the moment to the hilt, and that's what the moment when he realizes he's gotten Anakin in his clouds. That's when he unleashes the famous power, unlimited power, and kills Mace. Which I will be on the record. I do not believe Mace survived this. All due respect to Samuel L. Jackson, I think he's dead.
Yeah, we'll see, won't we? I don't know. And this, like, and I say this with great love and affection for everything that we've gotten, but in this modern era of Star Wars, where it seems like there truly is no corner that can't be unveiled, who knows? But no, I will say that sort of moral dilemma, and when you're dealing with storytelling, I think my, like, feeling of, I think I'm okay in this context watching a fantasy space saga presented with an truly, like, the embodiment of evil, an evil space wizard who, has, like, dark magic and has control over just about everything. Like, I think that's where my moral dilemma kind of reaches its point, and I'm like, you know what? It's okay. Go ahead and kill him. So yeah.
And it actually ties into that idea that you had mentioned. I think when we did Attack of the Clones, the idea that, like, Mace kind of took it upon himself that he didn't end Dooku in that scene in Attack of the Clones, and now he has a chance to do it with the Sith Master, and he's not going to waste that moment when he realizes the stakes. And if he'd been willing to do it and accept the consequences, it could have still been like a heroic act. But the tragedy is that because of everything that's played out to this moment, this is seeing Mace attempt to kill Palpatine is what allows Anakin in part to justify his idea that, like, oh, the Jedi tried to assassinate the Chancellor. They are just as bad as the Sith. So I'm okay in going down this path. And it's what allows him to continue to lie to himself.
Okay, so we talked a bit about, after that moment, I really just want to spend just a couple minutes, really talking about the, like, gorgeous, horrific beauty that is Order 66, and of course we've got John Williams music all over it. It's one of the great, like, we say that about every piece of music in this film, but it's one of the great pieces of music in this. And of course it starts off with the betrayal, of Commander Cody, which I'm very happy that we've seen Cody since this, and we see that he definitely has, like, regained control of himself, and now he feels guilty about what happens here. But this moment stings after all of Clone Wars, and the fact that Cody just gets that order, turns around, says, "Blast him!" Oh.
Yeah, it's a moment that has become an indelible touchstone for Star Wars and has been revisited many times since in many other forms of Star Wars storytelling. And the thing is, the tragedy just always gets deeper, because this seeing it for the first time in Revenge of the Sith in 2005 in theaters, like, it was tragic enough then. Like, seeing this moment where Palpatine orders the clones to turn on the Jedi, and seeing Jedi who, even like Ki-Adi-Mundi, who we've kind of been enjoyed poking fun at in these, throughout the first three movies. It's that moment when he's racing forward and then it has that shot where the clones are behind him and then it goes in on their feet stopping, and then you see him turn around in horror and then they just gun him down. It's like, it's gut-wrenching, and the music is swelling, and then just the beat after beat of seeing Aayla Secura fall on Felusa, and the fact that even after she falls, the clones are still shooting her on the ground. And then Plo Koon gets blown out of the sky by his wingman, and it shows that shot, like, as he's being shot down, it shows him like crash to the ground and like burn in the ball of fire. All apologies to Dave Filoni. I'm sure that was a traumatic moment for him in the theater.
No, he survived. He's fine. He's been laying low. He's going to pop up in season 4 of The Mandalorian.
Funny aside, I do love the fact that in the season 2 finale of The Mandalorian, when they were trying to conceal Luke Skywalker's appearance in the script, they had it be Plo Koon, and they're like, yeah, he lived. Which I'm sure Dave considered, at least briefly.
I crack up thinking about the alternate reality where it actually was Plo Koon that showed up in the season 2 finale of The Mandalorian, and you got a major portion of the audience just going, huh?
Yeah. No, they made the right call there. But yeah, just the repeated beats of seeing all the Jedi fall in that way, like, that was tragic enough, But then but since we've built on the story, that storytelling, seeing, for instance, at first it would just seem like, yeah, the clones were just blindly following orders and willing to turn on the Jedi, or they were ready to turn on the Jedi. Then we learned that no, it was actually a chip in their head that was making them do this, and they didn't have agency. And then we've gotten subsequent storytelling where we got to see the humanity of the clones, and then we got to see, and the Bad Batch and others, just how much they regret having done this horrible act.
I still think, for me, like, the most haunting moment is just Rex's turn and the shaking of the guns and fives, fine fives, because that's all he can think to say before he turns completely. And it's just, and that's, again, like, I hate to keep going back to talking about something that's technically not legal, but like, just seeing all the Order 66 stuff played together, and like, it just compounds the tragedy of the moment. And yeah, it's just, it's beautiful and tragic, and then we got the Bad Batch, seeing the opening of that episode, which was like, it had been a whole year since the Clone Wars finale, and it's like, oh shit, we're going back to Order 66 again. I can't take anymore. And then, it's Obi-Wan Kenobi, and seeing it from that point of view, and and I understand some people might be like, are we just going to keep going back to Order 66? But it's such a seismic event in the history of the Star Wars galaxy that, like, for me, every time we go back to it, I am just as gripped and left in horror, because it's not just this great moment of betrayal against the Jedi, but it's this moment of this taking away of agency from the clones, of the fact that these are, beings who had grown into themselves, become individuals. And I say individual. I've been watching a lot of Star Trek Voyager, so now I'm using the terminology for 7 of 9. But no, same thing, really. But and then to have all that snatched away from them in a moment, to then you know, betray and execute, you know, their comrades in arms. It's just, it's such a foul deed. And so, and there's so many lenses through which that horror can be examined, from the perspective of the clones, from the Jedi, the younglings, which was done to great effect, you know, not only in this film but also in the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, and beginning of Bad Batch. And you know, it's just, you know, it's a testament to what a horrific and beautiful, as contradictory as that maybe moment it is in this film, that it is the well that Star Wars can keep going back to, because it was so effective here.
Yeah. No, it is one of the most consequential events in the history of the Star Wars galaxy, the moment that the Jedi Order falls. And it feels appropriately mythic in its grandeur, because, you know, this is the great, you know, culmination of the Sith's plan. You know, this movie is called Revenge of the Sith. This is their revenge, killing the Jedi who, you know, had driven them into hiding 1,000 years ago. And the fact that Palpatine is able to, you know, do it himself is like pretty, you know, horrific, because he had worked for this moment and he had set it all up so that he could get it to this point, and then he gets to actually say the words executable order 66 and say it again and again and again and again and again.
Well, and it's, I have to say, it's really funny that you mentioned the fact that back with this movie, we didn't yet know that it was a chip implanted in the clones. And I sometimes forget that at this point, when this movie came out, it was just like this covert order that was, you know, planted into the clones, and the Jedi just didn't know about it. So from the perspective of this movie, you could just have it as the clones were just, that's the way they were programmed, that they would just follow, you know, whatever order, you know, they were given, and an order from the Supreme Chancellor, you know, of course, is going to be, you know, followed, and they're perfectly fine with turning on the Jedi. And the fact that the idea of the chip came along with, I think, season 6 of the Clone Wars, was actually ingenious, because it added this whole extra level of tragedy to everything. And yeah, it's easy to sort of overlook that now, because it's been it's become such, you know, a vital part of the mythos of the clones and their story. And you know, and the fact that we got not only a show called The Clone Wars, where the clones played an incredibly big part, and we had several arcs that were devoted to characters like Rex and Cody and Fives, and, you know, and lots of other ones. But then we had, you know, The Bad Batch, which was a series that was devoted entirely to clones. And the fact that for some of us, you know, I'm including the two of us here, we want more of that. We want more storytelling for the clones, and you know, and it's just, so it's been a long road from, you know, just these sort of, you know, soldiers who just follow orders, you know, to actually making them truly living, breathing characters, to the point that now when I see them in these films, I'm cheering them on, even though I know what they're eventually gonna do, because they're more than that now. And it's not even about cheering for them before they do the horrible thing. It's cheering for them before that, and cheering for them after that, and even during that, because not all of them succumbed to it, and those that didn't have a choice. And many of them come back from that and reclaim their humanity, for lack of a better word. And it's just a triumph of storytelling.
Yeah, no, I mean, and that's the beauty of the way it was set up. The fact that like we could think that the clones were just these proto stormtroopers executing an order of the future emperor, and that would have been tragic enough. But now that tragedy has been compounded, and seeing like these heroes of the galaxy, not only fall, but like these other heroes of the galaxy, the clones, like become these tools for this evil, wizard against their will. And like I think we see part of that in just like the shock of that in a scene I've always loved, which is the moment when Bail Organa sees what's happening at the Jedi Temple, and he goes there and he's like, "What's going on here?" And then the clone Appa was like, "There's been a rebellion, sir. Don't worry, the situation's under control. I'm sorry, it's time for you to leave." And so it is. But which is and then of course we get George Lucas's son as the cameo as Jet Lucas as Zet Jocasta. It gives as good as he gets before he gets shot and killed, which is pretty stark and brutal. But it ends up being an important thing because this is the event that sets Bail Organa off. It's like he's like, I don't care what they said. What I just saw is wrong, and I'm gonna go like get involved and help. And he rescues Yoda. He rescues Obi-Wan, and this is what brings him into the larger story. As he was in Attack of the Clones. It was kind of a smaller role, but like here, it's like no, this is Leia Organa's adoptive father, and like he is in the fight from the beginning.
I will say I find it so funny looking back now because when he was cast in episode 2, it was like, wait, the guy from NYPD Blue. And now like Jimmy Smits is just synonymous with the Bail Organa in Star Wars. So
yeah. Fun fact: they actually originally cast Bail Organa for episode 1 with a different actor, and then they cut him out, and then they were able to recast him for episode 2 with Jimmy Smits, and I think that has been proven to be the right choice in the end because he's been great not only in these movies but in Obi-Wan Kenobi and Rogue One. He really is this when people talk about the good characters trying to stake their claim, like we see that Bail is one of the people who is not succumbed to the corruption of the Senate and just the grasping for power. He still believes in democracy and the rule of law and the Republic, and he will continue to believe that right up until the moment that the Death Star, destroys him and his family and his world, which is another thing that, like, all the way back in, in when we saw A New Hope, Bail Organa was just an idea when he got, when with the destruction of Alderaan. Now we actually get to see the human face of the man who raised Leia to become the woman that she would be.
Yeah. I was also just thinking about all the stuff that Jimmy Smits has done since he was cast in Star Wars, and I'm thinking now he's also a psychotic killer from Dexter, and the president of the United States in the final seasons of The West Wing. So, but yeah, he's such a great actor, and I was so happy when they brought him in for Obi-Wan Kenobi, and to get to see his dynamic with Breya and with Leia, it's just it was wonderful. I like anytime we see Bail in Star Wars storytelling, I'm just so happy. I haven't been reading any of the Andor leaks and announcements and stuff, but so don't confirm or deny it either way. But I hope that he sneaks in there for Andor season 2. That would be nice.
I hope so too. I also will note, just as like a fun aside, like when I saw Rogue One back in 2016, and the prequels were not being as embraced by Lucasfilm as they clearly are now after The Force Awakens was very much, more original trilogy coded. One of the things that really got me cheering in my seat was when I saw Rogue One and I saw Bail Organa step out of the shadows. I'm like, it's a prequel actor. They haven't tried to forget those movies.
And like, not only was it a prequel actor, but he gets the Star Wars theme underscoring him as he steps out from the shadows. Like, it's understated, but it's like, it's a really great entrance.
Yeah.
So yeah, I love him, whether the character's in animation or whether we get Jimmy Smits in live action. But and I will say, one of the great things about I'm getting kind of off topic from just Revenge of the Sith, but when he popped up in Obi-Wan Kenobi, and because obviously that show came after Clone Wars had been a thing for years, one of my favorite things about the new shows is getting to incorporate the history of all the stuff that happened in animation, and so to see scenes between him and Obi-Wan in that show, where you feel that these are two characters who went through a war together, and just it's that kind of stuff that just really makes me smile with the new storytelling, and getting to feel the expanse of of all these different stories and eras. It's such a wonderful job.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's great in this movie. You really feel his compassion, his empathy, and the fact that like he's losing the democracy that he fought so hard for. Like, I think it's fitting that he and Padme are sitting together when Palpatine, declares himself emperor, and they're the ones who get to share that small moment of just horror at what's happening, and that's the famous, so this is where liberty dies with thunderous applause, because they're the characters who most recognize what an absolute tragedy this is.
Yeah, and like you were saying, it's not, doesn't feel all that dissimilar for some real life stuff we feel of just watching, a dictatorship, take form, and not only is this business as usual, but there's applause. So, yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So let's see some other. Let's see if there's other stuff that I want
to. Can we talk about Kashyyyk and the Wookiees? What about the droid attack on the Wookiees, John?
Well, I don't know. What do you want to say? We like because there's not that much story there.
No, I mean, it's not the most narratively important part of the movie. It basically is just a way to get Yoda off on the mission, because good relations with the Wookiees he has, so he can not be in the direct line of fire when Palpatine takes over the Empire. But I do think it's cool that one of the things that we had always heard about from the original trilogy was like, oh, it was originally going to be Wookiees on Endor, and wouldn't that have been better? And I'm like, no, I actually think the Ewoks work pretty thematically well. But then when I remember being excited hearing that, no, we're actually going to go to Kashyyyk, to the Wookiee home planet, and see them, see them fighting during the Clone Wars, and and I just think it's cool that they actually delivered on that promise. And obviously we've gone back to Kashyyyk and other storytelling. It is just more of a battle sequence in this movie, and of course they had to have there's the Chewbacca cameo there, which was probably not strictly necessary, but screw it, I was happy to see him.
No, that's the best part of the whole thing, because we get who's the other Wookiee with him?
General Tarful.
The Tarful. We get that the shared, it's like, that's all we want. It's so wonderful. Yeah, if we were gonna have Wookiees in the movie, Chewbacca had to be there. So, no, I love it. That scene of Yoda saying goodbye to them is totally gratuitous. just so we can get a Chewbacca name drop. And I'm here for it. I love it.
So do I.
Yeah. And then like another the other race that I want to mention is the guys on Utapau.
Yeah.
You know, the same race as the Grand Inquisitor, and if I do say this is how I prefer their live action look, just gonna say that.
Fair enough.
No, and this is the great Bruce Spence, who is a legend. He's a lot of people know him from the Mad Max movies back in the day. And he played the Mouth of Sauron in the Return of the King extended edition. And I believe he was also in the Matrix Revolutions as well. He's done a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And you can't see it in this picture, but he's got some great teeth in this movie.
Yeah, no, he is a cool minor character. Utapau is a cool world. This is an example of the technology of the time being able to create this idea that like there's this planet covered in giant sinkholes that are like these people are living in these subterranean cities, and like this is the kind of imaginative concept that George Lucas is able to pull off in this era and makes it feel that much more real and both real and fantastical. And Tien Madon himself is a fun character. The idea that like he's subtly signaling to Obi-Wan that, hey, we're actually being held hostage here. And then when Obi-Wan's like, if you have shelved warriors, now is the time. Is he bringing additional warriors? He didn't say. It's a great line reading. And just as an amusing aside, I will note that our friend at Force Center used to have our show called Databank Brawl, where they would make characters fight. And their episode where they have Tien Madon fight Hermione Bagua, the waitress from Dexter's Diner, is my all-time favorite episode of that show. It's hilarious.
I'm gonna have to go back and look at that because I have not heard that one. No, I love this planet. I thought the design was really ingenious. It's just one of those, again, it's the genius of George Lucas, where like we're gonna have this big set piece where this is where Grievous's lair is for the time being, or where he's staying put for the moment, and there's going to be this big fight between first Obi-Wan and Grievous, and then the clones are going to be involved, and like he just creates this whole world with him and his design team, and it's just like these sequences could have been anything, but just coming up with this world and the way like the places that Grievous goes in his big wheel and all this stuff. I love it. And, I've already, we already quoted, this scene earlier, but again, I just freaking love, hello there, General Kenobi.
No,
one of my favorite parts of this moment, though, is that I love before Obi-Wan jumps and like he's looking down, he's surveying everything, he's standing there, he's thinking, he's looking around. Mm-hmm. Then he decides, yes, my best course of action is just to jump right down.
and he accuses Anakin of being reckless, but he knew what he was doing. It's telling the fact that like the original hello there, was said by Alec Guinness, Obi-Wan's first line in A New Hope. And this hello there has superseded that hello there as the iconic Obi-Wan hello there, and of course the famous General Kenobi, you are a bold one. That is a meme I enjoy. Not always loving the memes, but I do love
this
this
is the
one.
thing. I do want to say something about memes, and I think we kind of talked about this on the last stream as well, where like, yes, memes can be annoying and they can trivialize stuff, but first of all, you know, the Star Wars is not something that needs to be taken ultra seriously. You know, we can poke fun, but also like all these memes have been reclaimed by the fan community and the people who love the prequels. So like that's what makes them fun. Is it's kind of done with both a wink and some love, you know, where like, you know, yes, we know people have kind of, you know, made fun of some of these lines and just said them ad nauseum, but that's become part of the fun of the whole thing. And I will say that it's benefited me for especially like Attack of the Clones, where there's some stuff that I rub up against, but the memes have sort of added to the flavor of the enjoyment of some parts of these movies that maybe I rub up against, but we can all laugh about. You know, even some of the stuff that if it doesn't work for you, there's this sort of collective humor about, you know, maybe this is over the top. Maybe this doesn't quite work. This does work, but it's been quoted so much that now it's funny. It's for me, it's just added to the fan community aspect of enjoying these movies, and so I love all the memes that have come about with the prequel.
Yeah, I like they, as you said, they've been reclaimed. Like now, I see them as an act of love in that way, and I just hope that other memes will follow that track as well, because it's part of the fun of the sequence, and there's a lot of like this is what I mentioned, like before the movie shifts into outright tragedy, there's a lot of like amusing little moments and fun things, like, you know, I will first shout out one of my favorite lines that is probably not intended to be funny, but is in retrospect hilarious, which is when General Grievous is talking to the Separatist leaders, and he's like, "I'm sending you to the Mustafar system in the Outer Rim. It is a volcanic planet. You will be safe there." Which is hilarious because on the one hand, it's like, yes, it is a volcanic planet. You will be safe there. Oh, you will not.
The humor is doubled up there. But no, you're right, because I can hear it in my head now, just the way he says, "It is a volcanic planet."
Yeah. And Newt Gunray, to his very minimal credit, does not seem to be buying it. He's like, "We're going where?"
Like safe is somehow Chancellor Palpatine escaped your grasp. I have my doubts as to your effectiveness or something to that effect, and then just off camera you hear, "Be happy, Viceroy, that you have not felt yourself in my grip." And but yeah, no, and now that the more I think about it, like we talked earlier about the change of Grievous from, you know, what he was in like the 2D animation and sort of some of the stuff that came out pre this movie. And one of the big changes was not just the fact that he had like a cough and, you know, wheezing and all that, but his voice.
Yeah. The great Matthew Wood.
Yeah, and what's kind of great about, even though I didn't necessarily think it was the greatest thing in the world at the time, but now I'm like, it does feel very reminiscent of like going, you know, talking about the pulp stuff. Like it is like that sort of old, you know, in the tradition of like 50s movies of this really sort of you know, over the top, you know, evil character, you know, and that's just a lot of fun, I think. It reminds me of in Clone Wars there was something similar where I think it was in season 1 where there was this villain who created the virus, the Blue Shadow
Oh,
virus.
Hugo Vindy, that guy. I have a lot of thoughts about that guy. Not my favorite Star Wars character, but retroactively.
Oh, I think it's hilarious in the best way. Um, but yeah, there is that part of Star Wars that is just like playing up to that tradition of like old, you know, the 50s serial, like, you know, villainy. And, you know, it's, you know, it either works for you or it doesn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, so so I love it. But now you've got me thinking about that line delivery about it is a volcanic planet. Oh god. Yeah.
It's just
Okay.
retroactively hilarious. But we do have we do actually get to see Grievous in more menacing mode too, because like his duel with Obi-Wan on the landing platform is actually like quite, you know, brutal and violent. You like that, and the fact that they've lost all their lightsabers at this point and they are basically down to fists and like still trying to kill each other with, you know, the Electro staff. It has another great moment of comedy where Obi-Wan kicks Grievous and immediately screams in pain because why wouldn't you kick the sharp, you know, edge of the metal cyborg? But it's notable that Grievous seems to have Obi-Wan on the ropes, and then Obi-Wan pulls the old blaster trick and kills him and gets to drop the perhaps a little bit on the nose, but I enjoy it line of so uncivilized. And then he's using a blaster all the time in Obi-Wan.
Yeah. I do want to say one more thing about the Obi-Wan Grievous stuff, sort of taking us full circle when I was talking about the visual effects at the beginning of the stream. There's a close-up of Grievous's face. And he says, "Surely you must realize you are doomed." And it's so close up in his face. And I'm looking at it, and I remember when I saw this in the theater, I'm like, that has to like partially be like a real thing, like an actual like animatronic or something, and then the eyes are just CG. But no, it's a CG creation. And this again goes back to what I was saying, like the effects in this movie are out of this world. Um, you know, almost to the point where like it makes me feel really kind of depressed about the state of most visual effects heavy movies in this day and age, because a lot of times, you know, and it's not the visual effects artist's fault, you know, it's just, you know, this would be a larger discussion about the way visual effects artists are treated and, you know, the time they get, you know, the money they're paid and all that stuff. But a lot of times modern effects do not live up to the standard that was set by ILM back, you know, almost 20 years ago. And it's just stunning how amazing the work here is. And I will always go back to that Grievous shot. I'm like, holy shit, how did they do that in 2005? It like all this stuff looked so amazing.
Yeah, it's a, you know, they set the bar, and I think people can take them for granted, the fact that they are just some of the most remarkable innovators we have ever seen in movies. And if you want to get mad at the Oscars, which I know you seldom need an excuse to, I will note that this movie, Revenge of the Sith, is the only live-action Star Wars movie that did not get nominated for visual effects. It got its lone nomination for makeup, which it deserved, but it deserved more.
We're not monetized, so I'm just going to say it. That is some fucking bullshit.
It is. Yeah. This movie deserved multiple, you know, nominations. I understand why it didn't get them at that time, but like it's probably one of the best looking Star Wars movies. And like,
but the fact that it didn't get visual effects nomination is just, you know, you put everything else to the side, and you're just like, really?
Yeah.
And like it was so ridiculous because like this was not only was the visual effects work out of this world, but like this was the best received film of the prequel trilogy. Like, it's not like you could just chalk this up to, well, people didn't like the prequels, so that's why it didn't get anything. Like, this actually got really good reviews.
Yeah.
People may forget that now,
Yeah.
but like people were really happy with this one. And and I'm not talking just Star Wars fans, like it got good reviews from critics. And so like I was completely dumbfounded when it didn't get a visual effects nomination and the other two films did. And like yeah, it's just bullshit. It's the only it's the only thing I can say about that.
And before we leave Utapau, I just would be remiss if I didn't shout out our dear sweet girl Boga. She's who unfortunately I don't think she survived the betrayal of Order 66. So add her as a casualty. But I remember loving that creature from the moment.
We didn't see a corpse.
Yeah,
she's coming back in season 4 of The Mandalorian.
I would welcome it, honestly. But yeah,
that's going to be my refrain from now on. Every time I talk about a character who died off screen, I'm just going to be like, season 4 of the Mando of Mando.
I would love to see her on Naboo with Jar Jar Binks and Keller and Beck.
Yeah. All right, so we kind of been all over the place. To,
yeah.
We definitely didn't go in order with this movie. But I feel like we pretty much covered everything. We're at the 4-hour mark, so we should probably go ahead and wrap things up. I will just say that I absolutely adore beyond words the final shot of this movie. I think this has just one of the great Star Wars endings.
Mm-hmm.
But then I could say that about just about every one of them. And like last stream, I was talking about how amazing the ending to Attack of the Clones is. And that movie gets points for ending with that breathtaking kiss between between Hayden and Natalie. So that cheats a little bit, but you can't get any better than the twin sons on Tatooine. It's just amazing. That's why I also love, even though I have my issues with the film, but I also love the ending shot of Rise of Skywalker. I just think that's amazing as well.
Yeah, it is. We knew that the movie always had to end this way with, because it is so bleak and tragic in its final act. But every Star Wars movie has to end with hope. And there was never going to be any other final shot for this movie than the twin sons and Luke, having now been returned to Owen and Beru on the farm, and Leia, also being on Alderaan, which was, the first time we ever saw it out, on the planet's surface. But I just think the entire final montage is gorgeous. Like before, like even I do want to back up eventually to the scene of Vader's transformation, but like part of the power of the ending is like seeing this iconography finally realized, like the shots of Vader, and standing on the bridge overlooking the Death Star with Palpatine and Tarkin, which it's going to take them 20 years to build that thing with the super laser, and then just the absolute haunting beauty of Padme's funeral, which I'm so glad that they included, and like it's devastating to see her there with all of the her family who had been cut out of Attack of the Clones, but they're here in this scene. Jar Jar, this is sadly one of his only scenes in the movie. He only has one line of dialogue. Boss Nass. And I remember getting actively choked up when they revisited this in Tales of the Jedi, and we saw that Ahsoka was there. And that she specifically came to see Padme because she was her friend too.
Well, I also, and you know, I'm not really, you know, there's going to be no way for me to conceal why I love it so much, but I also do love that the scene is revisited also in the epilogue of Queen's Shadow, and just the fact that Sabe is there as well, and honestly, we could do a stream about those books too, but and just her anger in that epilogue, and that's why when we got to see the short from Tales of the Jedi, part of me was like, are we going to get a crowd shot that shows Sabe? But not quite. One day. But yeah, I do love that we've gotten a couple different vantage points on that, and it was great to see Ahsoka there. And that's the thing, like, and even though we don't get to actually see her there within the context of the movie, having gotten that material, you then feel her presence, you know, watching the sequence, and it's just so sad. And yeah, you mentioned about seeing Padme's parents there, and that's why what you were saying earlier about how, you know, even scenes that were deleted, you still, you know, consider them as being part of the movie, and that's the way that I feel like their inclusion here validated the deleted scenes from Attack of the Clones, so that even if they're not in the actual context of that film, those scenes exist, and you know, and they're as valid, you know, as what actually ended up in the movie. So
yeah,
so
and
I love
and it's the tragedy that Anakin has brought. You know, even though he didn't intend to, this is the cost of his, you know, his fall to the dark side. And we really feel it in, you know, the scenes that like precede it when they're pairing, you know, Padme's death with Anakin being placed into the suit, and you know, the iconography of seeing the helmet descend for the first time and seeing Anakin's look of fear before it seals him in forever. And then, you know, we get the scene where he is learning, you know, from Palpatine that Padme has been killed, and Palpatine tells him, I'm afraid in your anger, you killed her. And I do remember that, like, as I've said, like, people had some thoughts on Vader's reaction in the scene. They didn't think it was that, you know, they thought it was a little bit either over the top or not the way they thought Vader would act, because he is still, there is part of Anakin there. But I've always found it incredibly haunting and devastating. And even the you know, it's like when you think about the action, what Anakin is realizing in that moment, you know, it makes sense that he would scream in anguish in that way. Like, and this is where I'm going to read the passage from Matthew Stover's novelization, because, like, I've never been not able to think about this passage ever since I read this, and it has enhanced my appreciation for the scene, because it really underscores the tragedy of the story. Where he learns that Padme is dead, and then Matthew Stover writes, you loved her, you will always love her. You could never will her death. Never. But you remember all of it. You remember the dragon that you brought Vader forth from your heart to slay. You remember the cold venom in Vader's blood. You remember the furnace of Vader's fury and the black hatred of seizing her throat to silence her lying mouth. And there was one blazing moment in which you finally understand that there was no dragon, that there was no Vader, that there was only you, only Anakin Skywalker, that it was all you, is you, only you. You did it. You killed her. You killed her because finally, when you could have saved her, when you could have gone away with her, when you could have been thinking about her, you were thinking about yourself. And it is in this moment that you finally understand the trap of the dark side, the final cruelty of the Sith. Because now yourself is all you will ever have. And you rage and scream and reach through the Force to crush the shadow who has destroyed you. But you are so far less now than what you were. You are more than half machine. You're like a painter gone blind, a composer gone deaf. You can remember where the power was, but the power you can touch is only a memory. And so with all your world-destroying fury, it is only droids around you that implode, and equipment, and the table on which you were strapped shatters, and in the end, you cannot touch the shadow. In the end, you do not even want to. In the end, the shadow is all you have left. Because the shadow understands you, the shadow forgives you, the shadow gathers you unto itself, and within your furnace heart, you burn in your own flame. This is how it feels to be Anakin Skywalker, forever. And ever since I read that passage, I have never been able to think of anything else while watching that scene, because that is the pain that is in the no that Anakin releases when he realizes what he has done and what he has, doomed himself to, what he, the cost of, he did all this to save Padme and now she's gone. And he thinks he's lost his child too, and the Jedi Order has been destroyed, and the galaxy is now under a fascist regime that he will be part of. And the great hero that once was Anakin Skywalker has in many ways been destroyed. And all of that comes out in that moment. Just that agonizing scream of, what have I done? And this is why Vader's story is a tragedy. Like, I remember Dave Filoni had a famous quote at Celebration one year where he basically was talking about why people shouldn't necessarily look up to Vader and look up to the Rogue One cutting down as this is what a cool badass guy. And he said, stop trying to think of Vader as a hero. Vader is, or a cool guy that emulates it. Vader is miserable. He lost everything. He has nothing in his life. Nothing until his son comes back and says, I love you. Other than that, his life has been destroyed. And again, you feel that in that scene too, because this is why Vader just, he can't think of himself as Anakin Skywalker anymore, because if he did, he would go insane. He has to kill that part of himself. But as we see, that's why it's so important that the movie ends with that moment of hope, because we know ultimately that he's not gone. No one's ever really gone. There is still good in him. And even if it takes him to the very last moment of his life to realize it, he can come back. And he does.
Man, I will say that I really need to work myself towards reading the novelization. I have a couple more books before I get there, because I'm in the middle of Children of Dune, and then I do want to read Shatterpoint before I go into the Revenge of the Sith novelization, but I'm getting close to it, and I've just heard so much over the years about how much it adds to the experience of the film, and how well written it is. I do have my copy right here, just waiting to be read. So, which, by the way, as long as I'm showing off other things, I do also have my original DVD here as well. Oh, I miss those days, DVDs.
I miss those days too.
But yeah, no. I will say the transformation to Vader is I love. Obviously there's the tragedy of it being intercut with Padme's death, and I love that the music uses the same theme from Qui-Gon's funeral, and it's just, I love that moment when the last bit of the helmet comes on, and that sound effect, that that and then the smoke goes up and in, and it's just it's amazing and horrifying, at the same time. And I will say one more thing about the Padme funeral scene. It's like How she still looks like an absolute angel even when she's dead.
Yep, and she's got her Japor snippet, which
Yeah.
I love that they brought that back from the Phantom Menace, and that she was wearing it the entire time, and it became this kind of touchstone of what was lost.
Yeah. But yeah, anything else you want to throw in real quick before we wrap things up?
No, just I hope it's become clear just to the fact that once again we talked about a movie like this for over 4 hours. Just how important I consider this movie to be in my own journey with Star Wars and with cinema in general. It was probably the movie that I was looking forward to the most from the moment I knew it was coming. I remember like feeling like the excitement with every trailer, with that initial trailer that has where Obi-Wan's voiceover of like for over 1,000 generations, the Jedi Knights were the guardians of peace and justice in the Old Republic before the Dark Times, before the Empire, and then a young Jedi named Darth Vader helped the Empire hunt down and destroy the Jedi Knights. Vader was seduced by the dark side of the Force, and then Anakin turning to the camera with the Sith eyes, and then the whole Lord Vader, yes, Master, rise. And just the chills that I felt when I watched that, and seeing, the prospect of what was coming, and I was like, I think that I can't imagine how this movie is going to live up to the level of hype I have for it. And then it did, and it became one of my all-time favorite movies. I was completely obsessed with it. I wrote fan fiction about it, all that's good stuff. But I think, over time, what has really stood out to me is just, even now, almost 20 years later, the movie is still teaching me lessons. It's still something I go back to in terms of, as I mentioned, like the perils of the lessons about, loving selflessly versus selfishly, and what fear can do to you if you allow it to rule you as your master, and like the lessons about like how democracy can slip away if you allow people to sacrifice things for a safe and secure society. And I just find it to be immeasurably rich, and it is, from the moment I've seen it, it's been one of my all-time favorite movies, solidly entrenched in my top 10. It has never left it, and honestly, unless I see some truly amazing stuff, in the next few years, it probably never will, because it shaped me, this movie. It is, seeing the prequel trilogy, being a prequel kid, I loved the original trilogy. I loved The Phantom Menace. I loved Attack of the Clones. I've gone on to love the sequel trilogy and many of those other movies. I don't know if I ever loved Star Wars as much as I did when I first got to experience this movie. Just because I was so overwhelmed by it, and I still think it, even though if that love has changed with maturity and reflection, like, it will never not be an important movie to me. And I will always, always, always come back to it as a touchstone for why I love this universe so much, why I love movies so much, and why I love storytelling so much, because this feels like truly epic myth on the level that I will always cherish.
Yeah, there was something very unique about getting to see this movie in theaters. Again, I don't know that I would quite say like, you know, um, I don't like to rank anything, and if I did, I don't know that this would come out as my number one. But I will say that I feel like each of the Star Wars movies I've gotten to see in theaters, have had very unique feelings. You know, and this was very specific to. I think I might have gone to see a late night showing with my coworkers of Attack of the Clones too, but this felt different because I went to because the late night showing that I saw of this one felt like there was so much anticipation for this one, and there was so much going into it that felt like we're going to see things that we've only ever dreamt about. And you could just feel that collective excitement in the audience as each moment of the story progressed. And I don't know that, it's not to say I haven't had better experiences or, more impactful experiences. Because I think as far as Star Wars goes, probably my most impactful theatrical experience was Phantom Menace. But like I said, they're all unique, and this one has like a very distinct memory for me of just, this is the one I think of when I think of a collective experience in the audience of just, you could almost, hear a pin drop, in terms of just people waiting with anticipation for what's going to happen next, and then, oh my God, I can't believe that just happened. And so it's just another one of those experiences in the movie theater that I'll always cherish. And it's like, and even like I said that, I had issues out of any of the films with Attack of the Clones, probably more than the other two films. But I still remember that theatrical experience and the sort of communal experience of that. And I guess what I'm rambling on to try and say is, like, as a teenager, and okay, with this movie, I think I had just come out of my teenage years, but like, I don't think there's anything that can sort of, well, Lord of the Rings, but again, sort of different category, but there's something incredibly special and unique about, Star Wars in your teenage years and getting to experience that in the big screen, because I think that is such a formative time in your life. And so the fact that I got both Star Wars and I got Lord of the Rings too, I just feel like I was spoiled. And they were two very different experiences for me. But like, that's why, like, I'm actually glad that Star Wars has become a generational experience where it's gonna keep reinventing itself and continuing on for newer generations, because I'm glad that I got Star Wars in my youth, a new Star Wars, a Star Wars that was mine. And I think that is something that I want new generations to get to experience. And it's going to be different for every generation. People say, oh, well, this isn't my Star Wars. No, it's not. News alert, you're not a kid anymore. You're not even a teenager anymore. This is time for a new generation. And I think that that's the beauty of Star Wars. And yeah, I just, I love that that'll be a thing, that gets to keep continuing on, because I know I sure as hell valued it, with these movies. Even when I had issues with them, there was never any mistaking the fact that I'm getting to experience Star Wars. I'm getting to experience it on the big screen. And this is the first time I'm getting to experience it. And there is no feeling in the world like that.
Yeah, I miss that feeling, and I never want that feeling to ever die. So I can't wait for the next time we can all be in the theater watching a new Star Wars movie on the big screen. It will be a special experience, as they all have been, as this one was especially. But there's a reason I love these stories so very much, because they just have that timeless quality, that generational feeling that you mentioned. And they may not always be for you in particular, but they will always hopefully be for everyone in the collective sense, and that people will be able to find things in them that, move them and instruct them and thrill them. And as long as that happens, Star Wars will never die.
Yeah, and by the way, like, if you're upset that something isn't like, I said that, guess what? It's not your Star Wars, and it's for somebody else. But the great thing about all this new Star Wars content is there's always the next thing, and hey, you didn't enjoy Obi-Wan Kenobi. Guess what? The Bad Batch was coming. You didn't enjoy the Bad Batch. There was Andor. Didn't enjoy Andor. Well, now we got the Acolyte. Not enjoying the Acolytes. Well, I'm sure you must have enjoyed one of the other things. And if you didn't, there's still more to come. So, that's the great thing about this day and age of Star Wars. Although, with the way things have been, maybe we'll be getting a little less in the future. But there'll still, if history has taught us anything, there will still be more to come, somewhere down the line. Yeah, it's for me. I've enjoyed, I'd say, at least 99% of it. And even the stuff that I haven't enjoyed, hey, guess what? Still has a warm place in my heart. So yeah. And this movie has a very warm place in my heart, and one of a very unique theatrical experience. When I saw it originally, and it has just grown in my esteem over time because I've changed and I view it in different ways, and also we've gotten more content that has greatly expanded what this movie is, and we've even gotten a whole, we've discovered some hidden tracks, so to speak, in the album that is Revenge of the Sith, and now it's a whole new listen. So yeah, I'm just rambling on at this point. So I'll just finish up by saying 2 thumbs way up.
Yep. So for my final words, I'm just going to give them over to Matthew Stover and then George Lucas, because they both shaped the story that I love so much. I'll close with Matthew Stover's final lines from Revenge of the Sith novelization, his little postscript where he says, "The dark is generous and it is patient and it always wins. But in the heart of its strength lies weakness. One lone candle is enough to hold it back. Love is more than a candle. Love can ignite the stars." Which I've always loved that line, and I think it sums up the theme of the movie beautifully. And I really can't say anything more profound than that, so I will just close out from George Lucas when I will say, when it comes to this stream, I think we've had another happy landing.
And as much as I hate to add anything onto that, because we're not going to get any more perfect than that, I will just say that, as a reminder for next week, please come back. We're going to be revisiting Blade Runner 2049, which I talked about in the very early days of my channel, but now Jared and I are doing this together, so we're gonna have fun talking about that for a number of hours, I'm sure. And then further on down the line, we need to straighten out the order a bit, but we'll be talking about, in no particular order, we'll be talking about Black Swan, The Acolyte, Logan. We'll be continuing to talk about the Before trilogy with remind me, what's the next one?
Before Sunset.
Before Sunset, and which I've actually been looking forward to watching, because I've seen it a couple times on Apple TV, and I'm like, do I want to rent it now? But I'm like, no, I gotta wait until we're going to discuss it. And so we'll get to that soon. And yeah, and then once, speaking of Logan, when Deadpool and Wolverine comes out, we will probably be talking about that, which I cannot wait for that. I'm so excited. So yeah, thank you for everybody who tuned in throughout the evening. I know House of the Dragon was on at 9:00, so we probably lost some people due to that, and also because we went for 3.5 hours, and and we cannot blame anybody for wanting to tune out at a certain point. But thank you. I see one person stuck with us, so thank you, whoever you are. I know we asked a lot with our run times, but I hope you guys all enjoyed this, and those who come to it after as well. I'm sure, Jared, you have a habit of putting in, breaking the streams down into chapters, after the fact, which I have never asked you to do, but you have been very gracious in doing that. So maybe we'll see that for this one. No pressure.
I'll get around to it.
But yeah, I know that makes it easier for some people who maybe don't want to sit down for 4.5 hours. But yeah, I mean, this was a foregone conclusion. We were never going to cut this one off early. So yeah, thanks guys again for watching tonight, and we'll see you next week. And yeah, may the force be with you.
Always.